Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of the University of Nebraska, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Hawks Field at Haymarket Park in the Nebraska Cornhuskers and the Iowa Hawkeyes are getting set for the second game of this weekend series in Lincoln. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm the voice of Iowa Baseball, John Leo. Right back to work today for the Hawkeyes with a chance to punch back after the Hawkeyes won the opener, the Huskers rather. The Huskers won the opener going away yesterday, 10-0 in 8 innings. The Hawkeyes had a few chances early but couldn't land the first punch. And Nebraska ran off with the momentum from holding the Hawkeyes in those early innings. Today is an outstanding pitching matchup. One of the best returning pitchers in the Big Ten, Ty Horn. He'll return to Nebraska's rotation to get this start today. Meanwhile, Maddox Freeze will make start number 7 for the Hawkeyes this afternoon. It's a glorious day for baseball as the fans are already filling up this ballpark. We had 7,100 in here yesterday, and it will be more packed today. I felt like it was packed yesterday. Capacity at Hawks Field is 8,600. It'll be a lot closer to that today, I would imagine, on a great Saturday afternoon for baseball with temperatures rising into the upper 70s, the sun shining, perfect baseball weather today. It's the Huskers and the Hawkeyes, Nebraska and Iowa, live from Hawks Field at Haymarket Park in Lincoln, with first pitch coming up in about 30 minutes. It was all Nebraska yesterday, 10-0 in 8 innings. Nebraska scored a run in the second, third, and fifth, and then broke the game open with 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and then hit back-to-back home runs in the 8th inning to start off that frame. And Nebraska won 10-0 in 8 innings. The Hawkeyes with just 2 hits offensively yesterday, and the hits came from Caleb Wolf and Kellen Strohmeyer. Tyler Guerin got the start. He went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout, throwing 62 pitches. Kyle Olivo came in relief after that when the game was still hanging in the balance, or Iowa felt like they had a shot to come back and win it. Kyle went 2 innings, giving up 2 runs and 3 hits. He struck out 4. But when Nebraska broke the game open and took a 5-0 lead, Olivo was removed from the game after 35 pitches in the hopes to save his arm for Sunday, if necessary tomorrow, if the Hawkeyes can turn to him. Nick Terhar and Ty Mickelson pitched after that for the Hawkeyes. For Nebraska, they got a great start out of Carson Yasa. He was a 6'7" redshirt sophomore right-hander that through 7 innings gave up 2 hits. He had 9 strikeouts and walked 2. Iowa had him on the ropes, had him backpedaling in the first inning as the Hawkeyes loaded the bases. But then Matt Delgado flied out to center after Yasa hit Wolf and Burt to load up the bases after Schulte reached to start the game on an error by the third baseman. 3 free bases in the first by Nebraska loaded things up, but the threat was extinguished. Iowa had another chance in the fourth with runners at first and second, but then a double play and a strikeout ended that chance. And then one more opportunity for Iowa came in the fifth with a couple of base runners, but that ended with a strikeout. And after that, Yasa settled back in for a couple more innings of work before 2 more pitchers came in for Nebraska, and the Huskers won it 10-0 in 8 innings. New game, new day. This one will start 0-0. Ty Horn versus Maddox Freeze. That's our pitching matchup. We'll give you more details on those two arms that will be heading to the mound today for the respective programs. And we'll take a look at scores from around the league yesterday. A lot of wild finishes in the Big Ten. Several run rule victories and a major comeback win in a rivalry series yesterday. And then we'll take a look at some other scores that are going on right now, and a look at the standings in the Big Ten, which we're keeping a close eye on. All that and more as our pregame coverage continues after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Divots Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic banquet room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
John Leo with you from Lincoln, Nebraska, as we get set for Game 2 of the weekend. The Huskers and the Hawkeyes. Nebraska winning the opener yesterday 10-0. Let's recap some of the scores from around the league and then break down the standings. Illinois with the run rule victory over Northwestern, a shutout win for the Illini, 12-0 in 7 innings. There were 5 total run rule wins yesterday. Illinois getting one of them. Minnesota in an upset victory over Michigan, 13-1 in 7 in Minneapolis. UCLA 11-1 over Oregon. That was in 7 innings. And Ohio State 15-5 over Michigan State in 8. So 5 run rule victories across the Big Ten yesterday. Penn State and Washington split their doubleheader. Washington won the first game 5-4 before Penn State came back and won 6-4 in the second game. Rutgers beat Maryland 5-3 in a low-scoring Friday afternoon game. USC out of conference beat Nevada 11-3. The Trojans and the Wolfpack are playing ahead of schedule. They play Thursday, Friday, Saturday this weekend. So they'll wrap things up this weekend, today. And then a wild game in West Lafayette. Indiana led 9-2 going into the 7th and could not hold on. Gave up 9 unanswered and lost to Purdue 11-9. We had almost put the icing on the cake and given Indiana the win, but there's no clock in baseball. You got to get the outs, and Indiana could not get the final 9 without giving up the lead. And Purdue comes all the way back, and that's just got to stick in the craw of the Hoosiers, who are fighting for their life. I'm pretty sure the Hoosiers are out now of any Big Ten tournament talk as they get beat and blow the lead and lose the game to Purdue 11-9. As we look across the scoreboard today in the Big Ten, Indiana's got a 1-0 lead headed to the bottom of the 3rd in West Lafayette. Washington and Penn State just getting started in State College. That'll do it for the weekend in Pennsylvania. as they'll wrap up their series today. Later on, Michigan State at Ohio State. We're keeping a close eye on that one, as Iowa can punch its ticket officially to the Big Ten tournament in Omaha with a win over Nebraska today or an Ohio State win over Michigan State. With that being said, Iowa would like to maintain a decent seed at the Big Ten tournament. You really don't want that 5-12 game. I don't think that Iowa can get to the 5 seed without a pretty strong run here at the end, but you certainly don't want to be the 12 and have to play the 5, and then to do that Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., don't want that. Iowa look to pick up some more wins down the stretch here, hopefully starting today against Nebraska, but can officially book the hotels, book the travel, and get the fans over there to Omaha if Iowa can beat Nebraska today, or if Ohio State can finish off Michigan State and eliminate the Spartans. USC and Nevada coming up at 4 o'clock today, and then much later on, Oregon and UCLA at 9:30 will be the nightcap. Michigan and Minnesota, Northwestern and Illinois, Maryland and Rutgers all in between this afternoon. As we look at the standings, UCLA far and away the winner of the Big Ten, 25-0 in the league, 45-4 overall. And then 7 games back from UCLA, so it doesn't matter anymore. USC and Nebraska tied for second. Oregon all alone in fourth. Purdue, a game back of that coveted top 4 seed. They are in 5th place. Michigan follows in 6th. Ohio State in 7th. Iowa all alone in 8th. A game up on Minnesota and Illinois, who are tied for 9th. So we'll have to watch out for those teams that are going to be trying to overtake Iowa. The Hawkeyes still in the driver's seat in that top 8 seed for now. Washington is in 11th, Rutgers in 12th. And that's where the line is. Top 12 teams make the Big Ten tournament. And then the teams below the top 12 will be eliminated and not make it to Omaha. And those teams are Michigan State, Northwestern, Indiana, Penn State, and Maryland. Michigan State's got a shot. They're 10-18, but they've got 2 Big Ten games left. They need to get ahead of Rutgers and Washington to make a case for things. The reason why Iowa can clinch a spot over Michigan State is because if Michigan State loses today, they'd only have 1 more game in the Big Ten and could be 10. They'd be 10-19 if they lose today. If they win, the best they could do then is 11-19 tomorrow. If Michigan State wins 2 games and Iowa loses out in the Big Ten, we don't even want to think about that, then Iowa and Michigan State would tie. The tiebreaker would go to Michigan State. There'd still have to be a few other things to happen to eliminate Iowa, but we're not really spending too much time thinking about that, as Iowa can handle its own destiny in terms of making it to Omaha by winning just a couple games here down the stretch. But a lot of other things would have to happen to prevent Iowa from making it to Omaha. Senior Day being celebrated down on the field for Nebraska today. A nice ovation, a standing ovation from this raucous home crowd that has filled up the park already today. As we get set for Game 2, it'll be Maddox Freeze against Ty Horn. Ty Horn is the starting pitcher for Nebraska. He's a right-handed junior from Halstead, Kansas. He was the Friday night starter for the Huskers the first few weeks of the season. He made 9 straight starts, and that got into conference play. And then they shifted him to the bullpen after he went 4 innings at Oregon. And from then on, Horn has made 9 appearances, all out of the bullpen. He hasn't walked a guy since then, and he has done very well for the Huskers. Hasn't thrown more than 2 innings or so in those bullpen stints. He did go 5 against USC in a 16-6 win here in Lincoln. That has been the longest stint out of the bullpen for Horn. In his starts, his longest was 7 against Michigan State, a game that the Huskers won 5-4. But other than that, he's gone 3, 4, and 5 innings for the most part in his starts. But from the bullpen has gone 1+, anywhere up to around 3 innings out of the bullpen. Very good pitcher for Nebraska, a 2-2 record, 4.06 ERA, 62 innings pitched. He's got 61 strikeouts and 23 walks, a .241 batting average against. And Maddox Freeze is the starter for Iowa, right-handed junior from Norway, Iowa, by way of Southeastern Community College. Freeze will be making start number 7 with his .256 ERA, a 4-2 record in the Big Ten. 59 2/3 innings pitched, 47 hits allowed. He's only given up 17 earned runs, 36 strikeouts, and 18 walks. Opponents batting .214 against Freeze. Maddox has the 3rd best ERA in the Big Ten at .256. He's behind Mason Edwards and Wylan Moss, 2 pitchers from the LA region. Edwards is starter, the Friday night starter for USC. Wylan Moss is a reliever for UCLA. And so it's Horn versus Freeze. That's the pitching matchup. We'll see how Iowa's offense can do against Horn, who's back in the rotation for Nebraska for the first time in quite a while. All right, we'll take a break. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Rick Heller when we return on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today. Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Game 2 of the series against the Nebraska Cornhuskers over here in Lincoln. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, the game yesterday got away late, but the start of the game, the guys were in it and competing hard for you.
Yeah, we competed hard. We just didn't come through. Offensively, Casa was not his sharpest, as we talked in the pregame. The stuff is definitely there, but he gave us some hit by pitches. We had 4 free bases in the first inning, and we don't score a run. We got first and second, nobody out in the 4th inning. We hit into a double play when we're ahead in the count. And then the 5th inning, we get 3 more free bases, and we don't score. If you're going to win that game, somebody's got to step up and deliver the blow and make him pay for the freebies. And we just didn't do that. We had 2 hits. And, the disappointing part for me was that I've listened to Coach Sutherland all week and trained all week on exactly what we were going to see and how he was going to pitch us, and have that happen and then us not execute or even get our swing off a lot of times on pitches over the middle part of the plate. Disappointing. And then it was still a winnable game, and that's where the issue for the tough decision for me, and we talked a little bit about yesterday, was like, what do you do? We're down 3. We've had 3 rallies where we felt like we should have scored runs, so you go to Kyle Lebo because you're trying to win the game. And then when Kyle gave up the 2-run homer to the 9-hole, then we're down 5, and it was a different story. And I'm not going to say we had to concede, but you didn't want to throw Kyle anymore, because the hopes was you can bring Kyle back on Sunday now, if need be, because he only threw the low 30s pitches. But the guys that we chose to come in, didn't do they just didn't get it done. I mean, obviously the moment was a little big for them, and unfortunately it spiraled into a 10-run rule. That's the game. I mean, we didn't answer back one time. I think we had 5 opportunities where they scored, and we didn't answer back once offensively. But on the other side, I mean, he's really good. I mean, he's got good stuff, and he's not easy to hit. But in games like this, your best players have to play well, or you're not going to win.
I thought Tyler gave you a pretty good start. Ran into some traffic, but trusted his defense, who was great behind him.
Yeah, he did a good job of working out of some stuff. He was his own worst enemy a couple times that led to runs. The good thing was that he minimized and kept the score low. But I would tell you that if he executed better, he wouldn't have given up any runs. And that's the message. I mean, yes, I'm pleased that he competed. I'm pleased that he was able to minimize. But as Tyler progresses and develops as a pitcher and legitimate Division I starter, those are the things that have to change for him, either moving forward this year or 100% next year.
As we flip our attention to this game today, Coach, an afternoon game, nice warm day for baseball, perfect day for baseball in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maddox Freeze versus Ty Horn. Let's talk first about Horn for Nebraska. Starter, and then a bullpen guy, was really good out of the bullpen. He'll start for the first time in a while now for the Huskers.
Yeah, I mean, Horn is really good. He's got good stuff, and the thing that makes him extra tough is he's an ultra competitive kid. I mean, you'll see it if you're watching the game at home. I mean, he's got the competitiveness you're looking for, and he's got great stuff. He's got a good arm. It's a really fast arm where you're going to see 95, mid-90s, maybe a tick better at times. Full arsenal. Slider, cutter, changeup, and then the thing that he was their Friday night starter when they started the season, and then bumped him to the bullpen, and now back to the starting role. He was dominant in the pen. I don't think he walked a batter in his last 9 outings. Right. I would have told you, with 17 baseball teams in the Big Ten, he was the guy when they asked me who the best starting pitcher was coming back in the league. I said Horn.
Okay.
And then I heard Marty get asked that question without knowing what I said, and he said Horn. So we've got a tough guy to face. It'll be hopefully a little easier on our hitters today. The night games here, you get the shadows, and we don't get that a lot.
We talked about that on the broadcast a lot yesterday.
With the stadiums that we play at. But we had, like in the big leagues, you see those types of shadows that mess with the vision. The shadows shouldn't come in. Hopefully we're not playing at 6:30, but they start coming at about 6:30. And what we need is Maddox to go out and give us some clean innings early. Let the defense play behind him and get himself in a good groove early and really try to shut him down so that we have a chance to get the offense going out the horn.
Maddox has been one of the best pitchers in the Big Ten, Coach, ever since he started. Starting in Big Ten play, he's got top 5 ERA in the Big Ten.
Oh, he's been outstanding, and wouldn't expect anything less of him today. Definitely going to be a challenge for him with all the tough outs in their lineup. But I mean, Maddox can do it against anybody if he locates and works ahead in the count. He's been doing that, for 5-6 weeks in a row. That's what we need him to do today. Just be himself. He doesn't have to be anything different or special, and go out and just compete for us like he's done all year.
Saw quite a few lineup changes today, Coach, mixing things up on the offensive side.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Swales was one of our hottest guys when he got hurt, when he hurt his knee. It seems like whenever Ben gets hot, he gets hurt.
Yeah.
And then now Jackson Frost at third has been, in the last 10 games, one of our better hitters. So trying to get both of them in the lineup today, the only way you can do that is to catch Max Burt again today and then let Ben DH. That frees up Delgado to come in if need be. And then, Joey Narrett has been scuffling a little bit lately. And, Brett White has had some good games on the midweek, in the midweek games, and he hasn't been really given a shot on the weekend. And we're going to do that today and just give Brett White, see if he can get us some energy, give us a spark, see if we can get things going.
He's been a guy that's been able to get on base for you, whether it's with base hits or drawing walks or getting hit by pitches. Maybe a good day for the left-handed power hitter with the wind blowing out to right on a warm day for Brett.
Yeah, you're just hoping Brett can go out and do the things he's been doing for us in the midweek games.
How do you sense the compete level from your team? Yesterday got away late, but it's a new day.
No, they competed. We just didn't come through. It wasn't like the effort was bad. It was a great effort, but we're in the get it done business, and we didn't get it done. And it looked to me like we were just short on our plan working out, and sometimes that happens. I don't know what you would have done differently, other than hindsight 2020. I was thinking Delgado's had probably as many clutch hits for us here in the last 10 games as anybody, and we had first and second, nobody out, and Matt's not a fast runner. And then you're looking at some guys who are scuffling with runners in scoring position behind him. But there was a part of me thinking, hey, maybe with the third baseman back, even though Matt doesn't run, he gets a good drag down. We can get him going again. But somebody would eventually had to get a hit with runners in scoring position and drive them in.
Before we let you go, Coach, it was a great crowd yesterday, over 7,000. They're expecting more today. How can the guys pull from that energy and use it positively and maybe turn their own crowd against the Huskers?
It's just be the best version of you, and if you let that bother you, then you're in the wrong business, And I felt like that there was a lot of clutter in our guys' heads, not executing plans. And usually when there's a lot of clutter, you're not in control of yourself. You're just trying to survive. And you get in survival mode here, and what happened yesterday is exactly what will happen. So we just need to go out and play. It doesn't matter who's here. It doesn't matter how many people are here. I tell them all the time, at the end of the day, as soon as players can figure out that it doesn't matter who's watching, grandma, grandpa, girlfriend, scout, agent, fans, whatever. In 2 hours, all of them have completely forgot about it except for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Just go play the game and be the best version of you. You heard what I said to them before we went out today. That's the difference between the good players, the great players, the average players, and the players that never make it. And the guys that keep going and play this game for a long time are the best at that. That's the difference. And that's going to be the battle that every one of our guys face until they quit playing the game.
And you've talked about having fun, Coach, and getting back to enjoying the game, which I appreciated hearing as somebody that used to play at a much, much lower level. It is a fun game to play. Let's get back to it today. The Hawks and the Huskers will go to Game 2 today, Coach. Good luck against Nebraska.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Hawks Field at Haymarket Park in Lincoln. Game 2 as Iowa will look to punch back and even up the series with Nebraska coming up in a few minutes. We're back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn-Cyhawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn-Cyhawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Stokey racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays.
Working hard into the corner. Koch hits a three.
Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit HawkeyeSports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more on Iowa. Go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
The Huskers have taken the field. We're moments away from first pitch between Nebraska and Iowa. Nebraska at 35-14, 18-7 in the Big Ten. Iowa 29-19, 12-13 in league play. We'll take one more break. We'll be back with starting lineups and first pitch after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Nebraska and Iowa, game 2 of the series, is underway as Ty Horn, the right-handed starter for Nebraska, pitches to Cooper Schulte, Iowa's leadoff hitter and shortstop. Schulte ripped the first pitch back into the screen. Foul ball, 0-1. Right versus right matchup. We'll get you the lineups here in a moment. The 0-1 to Schulte, hit high in the air to right field. Grigo in front of the track. He makes the catch. Schulte flies out for out number 1. Gable Mitchell will be up now, batting second for Iowa and playing second. He'll be followed by Miles Risley, the center fielder, and then Caleb Wolf, the cleanup hitter at first base. Number 5 hitter for Iowa today is the catcher Max Burt. Batting sixth is Jackson Frost at third base. 7, 8, 9, Kellen Strohmeyer in right. Ben Swales, the DH, and Brett White, the left fielder. He'll bat ninth. Horn pitches to Mitchell, high and away for ball 1. First pitch came in at 2:01 Central Time today. Horn winds and fires the 1-0 to Gable. It's upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Ty Horn, the starter for Nebraska, making his 10th start, had been relegated to the bullpen for the last 9 outings after making 9 straight starts to begin the season. Gable with a good cut on one, and he ripped it back into the netting. So first start for Horn since April 10th. He went 4 innings at Oregon in that one, and has been coming out of the bullpen since. 9 appearances in the bullpen for Horn. And he didn't walk anybody. That's the big stat line there for the Husker right-handed starter today. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mitchell, right versus left. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gable chased a high heater out of the zone, and Mitchell is down on strikes. Here comes Miles Risley. Overcast skies today in Lincoln. It was a sunny morning. And as we got underway today, the clouds have come into the area. Breeze blowing from left to right. Temperature at first pitch was 82 degrees. Miles Risley takes a very high strike call and a floating pitch from Horn. Angel Campos is the home plate umpire. And the 0-1 to Risley. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Fly out and a strikeout for Horn against the Iowa top 3 as he faces Risley now, and the 0-2. high, eye level. Miles laid off. Another great crowd on hand today. You would not be able to find a place to sit if you thought you were just going to stroll into the ballpark today. One-two pitch to Risley. Popped up, first base side, foul ground. Over is Sanderson. He makes the catch, and the Hawkeyes go down 1-2-3 in the first. All right, we'll take a break as Maddox Freeze heads to the mound. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the first inning coming up as Maddox Freeze is tossing his warm-up pitches. Iowa went down 1-2-3 in the top half. We need to pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Starting lineup for Nebraska looks like this. Mac Moyer, the center fielder, he'll lead things off here in a few seconds. Jeter Worthley is the catcher, and he'll bat second. Dylan Carey, the fine shortstop for the Huskers, goes third. Middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Case Sanderson at first. Drew Grigo in right. And Will Jeske, the DH. Last third for the Big Red, Joshua Overbeek at third, Jet Buck in left, and Rhett Stokes at second base. Iowa defensively left to right on the infield, Jackson Frost at the hot corner third base. Middle of the infield, Cooper Schulte and Gable Mitchell. Caleb Wolf at first. Getting the start in left today is Brett White, making start number 8 on the season. Miles Risley in center, Kellen Strohmeyer in right. Starting catcher is Max Burt for Iowa today, and Maddox Freeze makes start number 7. 13th overall appearance as he toes the rubber from the first base side. Out of the windup, Maddox ready to pitch to Mac Moyer. Freeze delivers. And that's downstairs and in for ball 1. Freeze with a 2.56 ERA, third in the Big Ten. He's thrown 59 and 2/3 innings. Most on the Iowa staff by a healthy dose. Next pitch to Moyer is outside, ball 2. Maddox is ready with the 2-0 pitch to Moyer, who bats from the left side. He ripped it back into the netting. Foul ball, 2-1. Moyer, a .378 hitter. Plays a good center field for Nebraska. Third in the Big Ten in batting average. Leads the league in hits with 76. Draws a lot of walks, too, 30. And he only has 26 strikeouts. 3-1 is the count. Freeze trying to find the strike zone. The pitch. Check swing. Didn't go. Where'd that miss? Need some help here, Luke. Inside, I guess. Ball 4. I think Moyer thought it was going to be a strike. He didn't launch his bat over to the dugout until nothing came from Angel Campos, the home plate umpire. He made his name by ejecting Coastal Carolina's head coach in the College World Series final last year against LSU. Kevin Schnall was tossed in the first inning, and Freeze throws a wild pitch. Moyer will take second with a hard turn. He's headed for third, throw to third, and he is in a rundown now. Frost tags him out. Way too aggressive from Moyer around second, heading for third. By the time Burke tracked the ball down, he popped up and whipped it to third. Frost applied the tag before Moyer even got there. Too greedy for Nebraska. Now the bases are clear and one out. Good throw by Burt to Frost at third. Worthley, the batter, he stands in from the right side and hits one high in the air over towards the first baseline. Gable Mitchell in the outfield makes the catch as he straddles the foul line. 2 down now. That's a fun way to get a couple of outs. Really changed the tune of the inning. Nebraska should have had somebody in scoring position with nobody out. Instead, they run into an out. Have not seen that before. And now 2 outs, bases clear for Dylan Carey. He ended the game yesterday with a home run in the 8th. And he takes strike 1 from Freeze. Low outer third. Good start for Maddox. Maddox, a fastball changeup pitcher, sometimes throws the slider. Changeup is oftentimes his best pitch. Fastball high 80s. Swing and a miss by Carey. Maddox got that one by him at 88. Working away from the powerful right-handed hitter. Great shortstop for Nebraska. Leads the team with 14 doubles. Also the team lead in home runs with 13. Freezes 0-2. Hit on the ground foul past third. Iowa, Nebraska, game 2 of the weekend series. Huskers won yesterday 10-0 in 8. Freeze, as steady as they come, is ready on the rubber. The 0-2 pitch is low. Tried to get him with the changeup. Carey held off. Carey batting .354 for the Big Red. Wind blowing firmly from left to right now. And the 1-2 from Maddox. Down and out. Carey had 2 hits yesterday. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Freeze goes with the bender, and he got Carey. And it turns into a 1-2-3 inning for Maddox as he holds Nebraska off the board. Leadoff walk to Mac Moyer, but he was far too aggressive on the base paths and was tagged out trying to steal third on a wild pitch. Pop up and strike out after that for Freeze. We're on to the second. No score between Nebraska and Iowa. Back in 60 seconds on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Caleb Wolf in the batter's box for Iowa as we move on to the second. No score early in this one. 1, 2, 3 innings for both pitchers in their respective starts. Wolf hits this in the air, down the line, and out of play over to the left, 0-2. Nebraska's softball just won the Big Ten tournament, and so that was made aware by by the marketing staff here at Hawks Field, and so the fans gave a standing ovation for that too. 0-2, Wolf smacks in the air to left center. Coming forward is the left fielder, and he makes the catch on the run. That's Jet Buck. Wolf goes opposite field, flies out softly to the left fielder. And that'll bring up Max Burt. Great uniform game today. Nebraska in bright red tops with Nebraska spelled out in white script across the chest. Max Burt in the box, right-handed hitter. He's the catcher for Iowa. Takes strike one. Huskers with white pants. And every Nebraska player pulls the cuffs of his pants up to just below his knees to reveal the bright red socks. Red caps in the field for the Huskers with the recognizable white block N on the front panel. Ball and a strike on Burt. Right versus right. Horn delivers. Max hits on the ground to short. Carey bobbled it, and he will not be able to come up with it. He played it off to the side and went off the tip of his glove, but not into it. We see Cooper Schulte make that play several times, as Cooper likes to play it off to the side too, and that one stayed low to the ground, and Carey couldn't pick it off the turf. And now Jackson Frost comes up. Iowa wearing their road black uniforms. Pickoff move to first. Burt is back. Iowa also wears these at home, so I guess I should not call them road blacks. But the black tops with Iowa spelled out in gold block lettering across the chest. Burt the runner at first, and Frost spears at this pitch and hit it over to the right. Foul ball. Gray pants for Iowa today. Black socks should the Hawkeyes choose to pull up the cuffs of their pants. Gold cleats. Iowa's got the gold caps in the field with the black bill. Another move over to first. Worried about Burt. And it's a pretty good move from Horn. Burt does not have a big lead. And the pitch to Jackson is inside. Just about got him in the kneecaps. Frost was stuck in the mud there. If that got any closer to him, he would have been in the world of hurt. Jackson's average is rising. He's at 205 now. And the 1-1. Tapped foul in the box. That's off of Frost's foot. 17 of 83. 3 doubles, 3 home runs for Jackson. Been hit by a couple of pitches. Struggled for the first, I guess, 2/3 of the season, but we're seeing the true Jackson Frost come out now. He was really good last year for Iowa. The 1-2, outside, 2-2. Good pitch from Horn. He took a little something off, but it missed just outside. Another move over to first. Close play. Burt is back. No score, top 2. Neither team with a hit. Nebraska's committed an error in back-to-back games now. And the pitch to Frost. Popped up on the infield. Second baseman Stokes is over in shallow right. Makes the catch. Two down now for Kellen Strohmeyer. He's the 7-hitter for Iowa, batting from the left side. Strohmeyer had one of Iowa's 2 hits yesterday. Could be a good day for Kellen to hit, the left-handed batter, with the wind blowing over and out to right. First pitch from Horn is upstairs. Horn has been coming out of the bullpen for Nebraska in his last 9 outings. Hasn't thrown more than 60 pitches since April 10th. Ball and no strikes on Strohmeyer. The pitch outside, 2-0. He worked a 1-2-3 inning in the first. Left side of the infield for Nebraska has committed a couple of errors this weekend. Overbeek had one at third yesterday. Carey with one at short today. The 2-0 to Strohmeyer is outside. Ooh, called a strike, 2-1. Campos thought about it behind the plate and then pointed into the Iowa dugout to signal the strike. Right fielder Grigo playing pretty deep. The 2-1. Kellen goes opposite field with a line drive. Foul above the Nebraska dugout. And it's 2-2 now. Strohmeyer hitting .289 for Iowa. He's got some doubles power. We'll see what he can do on 2-2. Horn pitches, and Kellen hits a ground ball to short. Carey scoops this one up, throws it over to first. Close play and out. At first, Carey quite nonchalant with that effort to first. Strohmeyer just about beat it out, but he is out number 3. Bottom of the second coming up. No score between Iowa and Nebraska. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The lights are bright, and Coach Heller and the Iowa baseball program are ready to put on a show. Tickets for the 2026 Iowa baseball season are on sale now. Enjoy a customized mini plan option or take advantage of single game tickets. Make your way to HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Divots Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic banquet room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Experience Heller Ball at Iowa City's Duane Banks Field. Support Iowa baseball by snagging single game tickets today. Download the Hawkeye Sports mobile app or head to HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
Hawkeye Baseball hits Des Moines May 14th through 16th. That's next Thursday through Saturday. Iowa will be taking on Purdue at Principal Park in the state capital. Find game times and tickets at HawkeyeSports.com. The series is presented by 1-800-BETS-OFF. If you need help with sports betting, call 1-800-BETS-OFF or visit yourlifeiowa.org. No judgment, just help. John Leo with you from Hawks Field at Haymarket Park, downtown Lincoln. Beautiful place to take in a baseball game. Have a great view from our broadcast booth that I'm sharing with head managers Luke Sheridan. He's working on the data and the analytics. To my right, we are right behind home plate as Maddox Freeze ready to pitch to Case Sanderson, dealing a strike. Low outside corner, good start for Maddox. Beyond center field is a busy highway that takes you right through the heart of Lincoln, and then past that is Memorial Stadium, the football home of Nebraska. A lot of good memories over there for the black and gold. Tons of wins across the street. 0-2 is the count on Sanderson, left-handed first baseman. Maddox out of the windup pitches. And here's a line drive past Mitchell into right center. Sanderson with the hard turn around first. He's headed for second. Risley juggled it and then sailed the throw to the infield. Sanderson aggressive. And he winds up on second base. I think if Risley comes up with that cleanly, there will be a play at second. We've seen Nebraska's aggression on the base paths hurt them, with Moyer getting caught stealing. But Sanderson with a roller through the infield winds up at second base. He's there now for Grigo. Time is called by the home plate umpire, who called a balk and then let Maddox pitch a strike and then stopped play again and issued the balk. Well, what's it going to be? Coach Heller coming out of the dugout. He is not happy with Angel Campos. Campos popped up to call time and then squatted down behind Burt, let Maddox pitch it. It was a strike. And after the ball came through, Campos said, no, balk. And so now Sanderson is at third. Entire infield comes in for Iowa now. Right versus right. Freeze pitching to Grigo. Line drive, base hit to left. White scoops it up, and he'll throw it to second. RBI single for Grigo. Nebraska on the board first. 1-0. One nothing Nebraska in the bottom of the second. Back-to-back games now for the Huskers that they've scored in the second inning. Runner at first and nobody out for Will Jeske, the DH. Right versus right matchup. A fastball low from Maddox. Capacity crowd at Haymarket Park today. More than yesterday's 7,100 that took in Nebraska's win. Graduation weekend as well in Lincoln, so very busy around these parts. Jeske, the right-handed hitter, he's the DH, batting .333, 23 hits and 69 at-bats. Freese goes from the stretch. Worried about Grigo at first. And Maddox throws one over there. Natural grass field, no turf here. Well-kept ballpark. And the pitch to Jeske, outside, called a strike. 1-1. Home of the Lincoln Salt Dogs, an independent league team. Ball and a strike on Jeske. Freese pitches outside. This one too far, 2-1. 335 down the left field line, 356 in the left center gap. Deepest part of the park, 405 in the power alleys, 395 to straightaway center, 342 the right center wall, and 325 down the line and right. Stadium seating with 2 decks at this ballpark. Seat backs extending past both dugouts. 2 balls and a strike. Freese pitches, and here's a high fly ball hit in the air to left. Brett White coming forward near the line. Brett loses his cap, and he makes the catch in fair territory for out number 1 as Jeske flies out. Good play by Brett to sprint to the line. Medium-sized scoreboard in right field behind some club seating. Iowa's bullpen is beyond the right field wall. Nebraska's bullpen out of play down the left field line. You can bring a blanket to the game and sit on 3 separate hills. Two grassy areas just down both lines, and then a large hill past the left field wall, and then also the right center wall where you can watch the game from the outfield. 1 out for Joshua Overbeek, powerful left-handed hitter. Freese starts him off with a strike. Overbeek batting .270. 10 doubles and 3 home runs, and a good day for him to hit. Lefty in the box, wind rippling the flags from left to right. And the 0-1 from Freese. Line drive up the middle, base hit. Drops once in front of Risley. Miles scoops it up and throws it to third to keep Grigo at second base. It's a 1-out single for Overbeek. Maddox is throwing the pitches low. He's keeping them down. And Nebraska striking him well in this inning. The 3rd hit in the second for Nebraska. The Huskers lead it 1-0. First and second for the Big Red and 1 out. Freese pitches a strike to Jet Buck. Buck was the 5 hitter yesterday, and he went 0 for 4, so he dropped all the way down to the 8 spot. Plays left field, stands in the right-handed batter's box, and bats .303. The 0-1. High fly ball hit in the air to center. This one's trouble. Miles back in front of the track. He makes the catch for the 2nd out. No tag from Grigo at second base. And so the runners will stay put at first and second as Buck flies out. Big second out there for Maddox. The 9-hitter Rhett Stokes is up. He's one of the seniors in the lineup for Nebraska. He's been around for quite some time. He bats .311. Good hitter at the bottom of the order for Nebraska. Freeze throws a slider down and away. First and second for Nebraska. And there are 2 outs, 1-0. Huskers in the second. Freeze from the stretch, the pitch. Outside. Iowa giving up a lot of room on the lines for Stokes in the outfield. And the pitch, grounded foul, past third. Some speed on the base paths for Nebraska. Grigo at second, Overbeek at first. Count is 2-1 on Stokes. Freeze pitches, and it hit him. On its way to the plate, I was hoping that was a spinner from Maddox. That was the changeup, and so it ran into the right-handed Stokes, and they're loaded up for the top of the Husker order. Mac Moyer. Time called. Here comes pitching coach Wes Obermueller. One nothing Nebraska, bottom of the second. 2 outs, and the bases are loaded. Moyer swings .364 with the bases juiced. Maddox walked him in the first. Nebraska in a tie for second place in the Big Ten with USC. The Trojans are out of conference this weekend. Nebraska trying to get a grip on second place in the Big Ten. Won't be able to catch UCLA. Nobody will. Nebraska with the tiebreaker over the Trojans. Top 4 is nearly set. Feel like it's going to be UCLA, Nebraska, USC, and Oregon. All right, here we go. Bases loaded for Moyer. And 2 outs. Freeze stays in the stretch. First pitch, strike at the knees. Good start for Maddox. 87 at the bottom of the zone. Iowa trying to hang in there in the early going. The 0-1. Ground ball, right side. Wolf has this one. He'll take it to the bag himself for the force, and that'll do it. Nebraska leaves the bases loaded. The Huskers do get on the board with an RBI single from Drew Grigo, but Maddox Freeze limits the damage to just 1 run. And we'll go to the third. Iowa trails 1-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. Top of the third inning in Lincoln. Saturday afternoon baseball. Nebraska 1 and Iowa nothing. Here comes Ben Swales, Iowa's DH, to lead it off. He'll be followed by Brett White, the 9-hitter, and then back to the top of the order for Cooper Schulte. Ty Horn pitches for Nebraska. He's thrown 2 innings, hasn't given up a hit. 1 left on for Iowa. Swales chases pitch number 1 in the dirt. It was a slider. Horn goes out of the windup. From the first base side of the rubber, Swales takes one up and in on the hands. Count even now at 1. Next pitch from Horn. Swales shows the bunt, pulled it back, and it's a high strike call. Iowa thinks that there's potential here to make Overbeek, the third baseman, work. The 1-2, down and away. Evening things up at 2-2. That one kicked up dirt everywhere. Nebraska fields it coming into the weekend at 983, 8th in the country. 2-2 to Swales. Line drive into right field. That is down for a base hit and off of the right fielder's glove. Swales is on with a leadoff single in the Hawkeye third. Good effort by Grigo. Wasn't sure if he was going to lay out for that as he came forward. Probably wise that he didn't. It's a very risky play to do that, to dive forward as you're coming in with anything less than 2 outs. And then he tried to pick it off the grass and went off the heel of his glove and came forward in front of him. And so Swales is on with a single to start the third. First hit of the game for Iowa. Here's Brett White. He is going to bunt, and he popped it foul down the third baseline. He'll get another crack at it. Love the idea here. Brett needs to execute, get this bunt down. Swales the runner at first. White starting for the 8th time this season. Left-handed hitter. He's swinging away, and he fouls it off to the right. And so the bunt is off, and Brett is down 0-2. Horn from the belt is ready, and the 0-2 high and away. Good discipline by Brett. Didn't go after the fastball. Good pitch from Horn, but it was away. White, a redshirt freshman, started his career at Baylor. They shelved him there, and he redshirted. .368 hitter for Iowa, slugging it at .658. Five doubles and 2 home runs. Down in the count, 1-2. Another pickoff move over to first. Swales is back. Horn really gets that over there quickly. See what White can do. Down in the count, 1-2. Horn pitches, and Brett lays off. Good read on the slider. It was in the dirt. Brett got everything started, but pumped the brakes and stopped in time, 2-2. Cooper Schulte is on deck. The top of Iowa's order. Swales bouncing back and forth at first. The 2-2. Brett hits on the ground. First base side foul. I think it's fair to say the future is bright for Brett. Strong, powerful left-handed hitter. But he's a tough out. His strikeout number's a little bit high, but he makes pitchers work for it, like he's doing here against Horn. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Slider down and in. That's a good pitch from Horn. Brett was in trouble right away at 0-2, but he made Horn throw a few extra pitches and couldn't come through in the end. We'll go to the top now for Schulte. We'll see what the plan for Swales is at first base. He's taking off. The pitch is high. Throw down to second is not in time as Swales slides in feet first. It was a high throw from Worthley. And Stokes couldn't get the tag down in time as Swales slid by. 4th stolen base of the season for Ben. Count is 2-0 now on Schulte. Check that. That's stolen base number 7 for Ben. He's 7 of 8 on the season. And he's in scoring position now with 1 out for Iowa's best part of the order. Iowa needs to come through. Schulte hits one on the ground, base hit into left. Swales hesitated for a moment, and he'll get to third now as Schulte is on with a single. And he looks into the dugout, raises both his fists. He pumps the guys up a little bit, showing some signs of life in the dugout. Swales at third. Despite the ground ball, he stayed put at second for a moment. I don't know if he would have been able to score if he would have gone on contact. Either way, Iowa has runners at the corners with 1 out. Big spot here in the third. Here's Gable Mitchell taking a pitch inside. A lot of room on the left side of the infield for Gable. The shortstop, Carey, is playing 2 steps to the left of the bag at second. Overbeek even with the bag at third, keeping Swales around. Here's the 1-0. Gable hits in the air down the left field line. Swales goes back to the bag at third. Nebraska defenders giving chase. The ball will drop foul to the left of the third baseline. And the count's now 1-1. Iowa had a lot of chances in the first 5 innings yesterday. Could not score. An opportunity presents itself now. The Hawkeyes have earned it with a couple of hits. 1 from Swales, 1 from Schulte. First and third for Iowa, 1 out. Down 1-0 in the third. Pickoff move to first. Schulte's back. A little bit of a delay there from Cooper. Iowa might try to play some games here. I'd just as rather see Gable try to drive somebody in. Leads as a second. Oh boy, Schulte picked off at first base. Iowa's going to review it. And we'll have a challenge. Pickoff move to first. And Schulte called out by first base umpire Greg Stanzik. Boy, oh boy. Horn has had a great move all day. Quickly off the rubber and quickly over to first. Everything has been close. And we'll have a challenge by Iowa. This is the type of stuff right here that just kills the inning. Merrick Matthews, the first base coach, he immediately went to the ears with his hands. Don't have a monitor up here in the booth, so not sure. We know that Iowa likes to do some hit and run, some steal and stop type of games on the base paths. And this is a really quick review. Boy, I don't know. Oh, boy. Here come the umpires. Cooper is out. Man, oh, man. Picked off first base. And now Gable's got to come through for us. Ball and a strike with 2 outs, runner at third. The pitch, swing and a miss. This place will go nuts if Nebraska gets out of this. Ball and 2 strikes on Mitchell. Here it comes. Gable hits in the air down the left field line and out of play. Mitchell struck out earlier today. Find a way for us, Gable. Swales at third with 2 outs. The 1-2. Fly ball to center. Can of corn out there for Moyer. And he's got it. Iowa gets runners to the corners with 1 out. The Hawks do not score. We'll bring you the bottom of the third after this. 1-0 Nebraska. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Bottom of the third inning coming up. Nebraska 1, Iowa nothing. And it'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Big Red, Worthley, Carey, and Sanderson. Maddox Freeze circling the mound, and he climbs up the backside of the hill and takes to the rubber. Maddox has thrown 2 innings, given up 3 hits and 1 run. He has a walk and a strikeout. Worthley bats from the right side. Freeze pitches a strike to start the at-bat. Maddox has thrown 32 pitches in 2+ innings. Some fly ball outs today. And another strike from Freeze. That one at 76, low and away from Worthley. First time we've gotten a look at the freshman catcher for Nebraska. Local product from here in town. The 0-2 pitch, high and away. True freshman catcher for Nebraska. Ball and 2 strikes. Freeze out of the windup. He's ready to bring it home. Here it comes. Line drive that is foul. Over to the right. Sharply hit by Worthley. He's played in most games for Nebraska. The catcher, Trey Fikes, got this start yesterday behind the dish. He was great offensively. Had a double and a 2-run home run. 1-2 from Freeze to Worthley. Line drive right back up the middle, and it knocks Freeze down, and it gets into center for a base hit. Liner right up the middle, and Worthley is on for the Huskers. 4 for 5 in stolen base attempts this year is Worthley, who stands at first base. And for a catcher, a little bit more active than you're used to seeing. Here's Carey. He's the shortstop. Freeze struck him out to end the first. Nice Saturday afternoon in Lincoln. Sun trying to break through these clouds now. And the 1-0. Lined into left. White coming forward. It bounces in front of him for a base hit. Back-to-back singles for Nebraska to start the third. Well struck off the bat of Carey. Pulled it into left. And now Case Sanderson comes up. He doubled in the second. 1-0 Nebraska, bottom 3. Freeze could use a ground ball. Maddox ready. And he pumps a strike, bottom of the zone. Good fastball from Freeze. 88 miles an hour down and away from the left-handed hitting Sanderson. Quick check on the runner at second, the 0-1. Off the plate outside. Sanderson, a good hitter for Nebraska at .361. The Huskers came into the weekend number 2 in the Big Ten at .308, their batting average. Had 12 hits yesterday. Lead the Big Ten at .309 now. 2 balls and a strike. Freeze trying to get back in the zone from the belt. Long pause. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Burt knocked it down. Nobody out. A couple runners on for Nebraska. Middle part of the order has been good for the Huskers today. Freeze's 3-1 is high. Iowa's in some deep trouble now. Bases loaded. And nobody out. A group of Hawkeyes now jogging down the right field line and heading to the bullpen. Burt heads out to the mound. He'll go talk with Maddox. One nothing Nebraska, bottom 3. Single walk. And Iowa's got a lot of work to do here to get out of this inning unblemished. Corners in for Iowa against Drew Grigo, an RBI single in the second. Middle infield staying back. Freeze's first pitch. High strike call. Grigo hits .326 and an even .500 with the bases juiced. Nobody out. And the 0-1. High pop fly. This is into the outfield. Right fielder Kellen Strohmeyer camped underneath it. Will they test the arm? They will not. Strohmeyer makes the catch and gets it in quickly. An unproductive out from Grigo. One away now. Bases remain loaded for Will Jeske. Jeske flied out to White near the foul line in the second. Still work to do for Freeze and the Hawkeyes. Corners stay in. First pitch, upstairs. Jeske, the DH, he's the 6 hitter for Nebraska, getting his second look at Maddox Freeze. Bases loaded and 1 out. 1-0 in the third. Nebraska with the lead. The 1-0 pitch. Hit well in the air to left. That's deep trouble. Jeske unloads the bases with a grand slam over the left field wall. And it's 5-0 Nebraska. Home run number 4 of the season for Jeske. here's Josh Overbeek. Overbeek singled in the second. Freeze goes from the windup. The 1-0 line drive, center field. Risley over. He makes the catch on the run. 2 down. Here comes the 8-hitter Jet Buck. He flied out to Risley his first time up. And the pitch outside. Right versus right. That one just about hit Buck. Two-0 pitch from Maddox. Inside corner for a called strike. Good spot from Freeze. Bases are clear and 2 outs. Grand slam in the inning for Nebraska. 2-1 is off the plate outside, ball 3. Tapped foul off of Burt. Nothing Nebraska, bottom of the third. They've opened it up early. Iowa's got plenty of time here. Get the bats going and get back into this game. The 3-2 is low and out for ball 4. Cole Moore is throwing in Iowa's bullpen. And Stokes will come up for Nebraska. Runner at first and 2 outs. Pitch is outside from Freeze. Maddox kicking around at his landing spot coming down the mound just to get that back to an even footing. He stumbled a little awkwardly as he landed. 1-0 pitch from Freeze. Outside again, ball 2. Maddox has lost it a little bit here. And getting into the territory here, a decision time for Coach Heller. Early in this one, 5-0 Nebraska in the third. 2-0 pitch from Freeze to Stokes is hit in the air to shallow right. Strohmeyer coming forward. He makes the catch for the 3rd out. Big inning for Nebraska. Grand slam from Will Jeske. And it's 5-0 Huskers. We'll bring you the 4th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Risley, Wolf, and Burt come up for Iowa. The Hawkeyes trailing Nebraska 5-0 as we head to the fourth. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Here comes Risley. Iowa's got its work cut out for them now. Trailing 5-0 in the fourth. First pitch from Ty Horn is a strike on the inside corner. Horn has thrown 3 innings, given up 2 hits. He has 2 strikeouts, nearing 50 pitches. Here comes the 0-1. Risley hits a mile high down the right field line and out of play. Foul ball, 0-2. Risley popped up to Sanderson in foul ground to end the top of the first. Horns 0-2. Tap to the left side. It's a foul ball. Called foul. Nebraska throwing it around as though they recorded the out. Miles heading back to the Iowa dugout. But he'll get another shot at Horn. Place got so loud on that foul ball that nobody heard play being stopped. Nothing in 2 on Risley, Iowa's right-handed center fielder. Plenty of outs to work with. Iowa trying to chip away, down 5-0. Ball and 2 strikes on Risley. The pitch, high and away, 2-2. Risley and then Wolf and Burt. Risley awaits the 2-2. Here it comes. Miles tapped it. Foul. He got a piece of it. Hit it over the on-deck circle left side. And we'll do it again at 2-2 as Risley waits for it. The pitch. He got it off the end of the bat, hitting a fly ball down the line in right into foul ground now where Grigo is there. Catch is made, 1 out. Two hits in the game for Iowa today. One from Swales, one from Schulte. They had things going for the Hawkeyes in the third. And here's Caleb Wolf. Flied out to left his first time around. Horn delivers. Strike. Community Choice scoreboard update. Indiana up on Purdue 4-0, heading to the bottom of the 7th there in West Lafayette. Can't ever count out Purdue, I guess. The Hoosiers were up 9-2 yesterday and blew it in this time frame too, bottom of the 7th. Michigan State and Ohio State tied at 1, top 4. Hawkeyes hoping for a Michigan State loss. Wolf sends one on the ground to second. Slow roller to Stokes. He's got it, 2 down. Base is clear for Max Burt. Burt reached on an error by Carey, the shortstop. That was back in the second inning. And he watches strike one go by from Horn. Right versus right, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Horn's ready to pitch. Burt just now getting back into the box. The 0-2 is low. See what he throws on 1 and 2. It's in the dirt. Burt swings and misses. The scout on Horn, raise the floor, get the pitches off the ground, and it's another strikeout for the Nebraska starter on a pitch in the dirt. All right, bottom of the fourth coming up. Nebraska 5 and Iowa nothing. Back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
John Leo with you from Haymarket Park in Lincoln. Nebraska 5 and Iowa nothing. As we move on to the bottom of the fourth, new pitcher into the game for Iowa is Brady Ferguson, right-handed freshman from Omaha. Ferguson making appearance number 13 on the season. 8.84 ERA in 19 and the third innings pitched. 21 strikeouts and 12 walks for Ferguson, who is into the game now for Iowa. Ferguson is the only Hawkeye from the state of Nebraska. And he will enter in the fourth, ending the day for Maddox Freeze. Freeze went 3 innings for Iowa today. His shortest start of the season, giving up 6 hits, 5 runs, walked 3 and struck out 1. Nebraska just hit him well. And Ferguson will face the top of the Nebraska order. Immediately a pitch comm issue for Ferguson, who will need a new communication device. Looks like we're good to go. Ferguson last pitched against St. Thomas in the midweek. Went 2 in the third, giving up 1 hit, 2 earned runs. He struck out 3 and walked 2, facing 10 batters. Brady on the mound. First pitch to Moyer is outside for a ball. 5-0 Huskers. And Ferguson gets a shot at things in the bottom of the fourth. 1-0 pitch. Hit him. Moyer at first base for Nebraska. And Worthley coming up. Singled and scored in the third. Ferguson delivers. That's a strike. Spinner at the bottom of the zone. Fastball low 90s from Brady. Here's a pitch, called strike on the inner third. Worthley faked a bunt, pulled it back. 86 miles an hour there from Ferguson. Went with the cutter. See a lot of cutters from Brady in the mid-80s. Moyer at first with nobody out. Pickoff move to first base. Worthley is 1 for 2. Nothing Nebraska. Iowa getting out hit 6-2 as we approach the middle innings of this one. Ground ball fair down the right field line. All the way into the corner. Strohmeyer picks it up. Moyer is around third, and he will score from first. It's a triple for Worthley. Worthley snuck it right inside the line. It got all the way down into the corner. Good pitch from Ferguson on the outer part of the plate. But Worthley with a good two-strike approach pushed it all the way down the line. 6-0 Nebraska in the fourth. And now Dylan Carey. The pitch goes over his head. Burt picks it up off the backstop. Flip home. Ferguson missed the tag, and Worthley scores. It bounced firmly off the pad. Worthley was hung out to dry. Burt scooped it to Ferguson, who was there in plenty of time. And Worthley straddled Ferguson's glove with his hands on the slide, and he scored. 7-0. One ball, no strikes on Carey with the bases clear and nobody out. Ferguson's pitch right down the middle for a strike. Ferguson ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. Half swing, right back to Ferguson. Brady picks it up. Underhand flip to Wolf is in time to get Carey. Carey with a check swing. And he lost his balance coming out of the box and was slow getting down the line then. Case Sanderson is up. Left-handed hitter takes strike one at the bottom of the zone from Ferguson. He's been on a couple of times today for Nebraska. 7-0 Huskers in the fourth. Ferguson's 0-1. Swing and a miss. He got him to chase. Outside, Brady trying to hit the same spot and sailed it. One and two now. The pitch outside. 2-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Ferguson gets Sanderson. Fastball from Brady. 2 down. Good pitch. He really worked that outer part of the zone. That's what Brady's focus was against the left-handed hitter, and he hit the spot there. Grigo is up. He's 1 for 2 today. Ferguson takes something off and missed up and away. Pitch is high. Grigo with an RBI single and a flyout today. Iowa in a lot of trouble this afternoon in the 4th. 2-0. Line drive into center. Risley coming forward. Miles makes the catch. Full sprint as he came forward. And makes the grab for the 3rd out. It's an RBI triple for Jarrett Worthley. He would score on a wild pitch after that. 2 more runs across for Nebraska, 7-0 Huskers. We'll be back for the 5th in 60 seconds on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Ty Horn back to the mound. Getting set to work his 5th inning. 4 scoreless for the Nebraska starter, giving up 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks. Jackson Frost, the first one up. And the pitch to start the 5th sailed up and in for ball 1. Pretty spirited conversation from Coach Sutherland and his hitters outside of the Iowa dugout. 1-0, Frost over the top of a changeup, 1-1. Iowa may have taken some exception to Horn's antics after that last inning. And the 1-1. Off the plate outside, 2 balls and a strike. Horn struck out Burt and then spit in the direction of the Iowa dugout. 2-1 to Frost. Jackson tapped foul over to the left. Seven 0 Huskers in the 5th. They're trying to chip away and get back in this one. Frost lines one deep to left. It is hooking, foul. Good swing by Jackson out in front. And about 3 feet to the left of the line. It was in play. Couldn't keep it fair. Ohio State has taken a 2-1 lead on Michigan State in the 5th inning. A game we're watching closely. 2-2 to Frost. Got a piece of it, ripped it back into the screen. A win for Ohio State over Michigan State will punch Iowa's ticket officially into the Big Ten tournament. 2-2 to Frost. Breaking ball inside, ball 3. Worthley held it there for an extra second or two. It did not persuade Angel Campos to call it a strike. Full count pitch to Frost. Line drive in the air, right side this time, fouling out of play. Payoff pitch coming from Horn to Frost. Here it is. Hit in the air, deep to left field. Back goes Buck. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He will watch it go. Solo home run for Jackson Frost. And he gets Iowa on the board in the 5th. Frost touches them all. Home run number 4 for Jackson this season. Seven to 1. Jackson hit that over 400 feet to left center. Good start to the inning for Iowa. Here comes Kellen Strohmeyer, the pitch. Down and in around the shins for a ball. Kellen bounced out to carry the shortstop to end the second. 1-0 is low. And that kicked away from Worthley, who will grab a new ball from the home plate umpire and then jog out to the mound to go talk with his pitcher. There's not a soul in Nebraska's bullpen. No reason for there to be, as Horn has been dealing for most of the day. Two balls and no strikes on Strohmeyer. Horn out of the windup, pitches a strike at the knees. Good cut by Kellen. And he just missed it as he fouled it back. Horn's gotten back in the strike zone now to even it up at 2-2. Nobody on. Nobody out for Iowa in the 5th. A solo home run by Jackson Frost started this inning. Horns 2-2. Strike 3 called. Punched out Strohmeyer inside half. Fourth strikeout of the day for Horn. Here comes Ben Swales. He has a hit today for Iowa. Right versus right. Swales taps it foul past Coach Pearson, third base side. One out for Ben, the 0-1. Inside corner. Good pitch, 0-2. Front door breaker. Swales trying to get hot down the stretch. Been battling injury all season. When he's healthy, he's hot. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Horn. Worthley will have to throw it down to first. He does so, no problem. Chased a dirt ball. And 2 outs now for Brett White. White had a good at bat in the 3rd. He eventually struck out. And Horn throws a strike. Very bottom of the zone to Brett. White batting from the left side. The 0-1 is upstairs, 1-1. Leadoff home run from Frost has gotten Iowa on the board. Unfortunately, Iowa trails 7-1 in the 5th. Nebraska 21-1 in home games, 13-0 against Big Ten competition. Tough place to play, and even better when they've got a good team. 1-2 is inside, 2-2. Certainly one of Nebraska's better teams in recent history. Two and two, the pitch to White. Lined over to the right side, a one-hopper hit to Stokes at second. He snags it and then throws it to first to retire White. And the Hawkeyes go down in order after the leadoff home run from Jackson Frost. Nebraska 7, Iowa 1. We're back for the bottom of the fifth in 1 minute on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's is the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Moving along now into the bottom of the fifth. Nebraska 7, Iowa 1. Brady Ferguson still pitching for Iowa. The new catcher into the game is Matt Delgado. He will replace Max Burt. So Delgado enters in the bottom of the fifth. Will Jeske comes up for Nebraska. And he'll face Ferguson for the first time. Brady just about hit him. Headhunter. Jeske has done the most damage to Iowa today. The grand slam in the third. Brady goes out of the stretch only. The Omaha native, the 1-0 outside, guiding a fastball. Michigan State has taken the lead on Ohio State, 5-2 now in the fifth. Spartans have already scored 4 in the inning, and nobody out. Ferguson's 2-0, outside, ball 3. Indiana trying their best to finish off Purdue. Bases loaded for the Hoosiers in the 8th. 4-0 IU over Purdue. Iowa's next opponent Thursday through Saturday in Des Moines. 3-0 pitch from Ferguson is in there for a strike. Michigan and Minnesota underway in the Twin Cities. No score yet in the second. 3-1. Ferguson ready to pitch to Jeske. Inside, ball 4. Leadoff walk of the 6-hitter. And now we'll see Overbeek. Iowa has a right-hander loosening in the bullpen. See if Brady can get a ground ball. Fastball outside to Overbeek, left-handed hitter with a single and a flyout today. Long pause from Ferguson, the 1-0, dropped it in there for a strike. Good changeup, 1-1. Seven-1 Nebraska, bottom 5. Nebraska looking to win the series today. 1-1. This is fisted over to the left side. Frost will let it go, just foul. That was a spinner that was mowing the grass on the way to Jackson. An inside-out swing by Overbeek, and it spun away from Frost, crossed over the line right in front of third base. Boy, if that had hit the bag, you just would have had to wipe your hands and say, all right, it's just going to be the type of day it is, huh? Ferguson in the driver's seat at 1-2. Jeske, the runner at first with nobody out. Ferguson comes set, takes a peek, now pitches, and Overbeek stays alive with a foul ball over the Nebraska dugout left side. Nebraska hoping to host an NCAA regional. 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? They send it down to third. He did not. He held up in time. Did Overbeek. 2-2. Be a great ballpark for a regional, no doubt about that. We'll see if Nebraska's got the steam to finish strong. Iowa trying to spoil those plans. The 2-2 is a called third strike. Overbeek is punched out on a nice backdoor breaking ball from Ferguson. He dotted the edge. Strikeout for Brady, first out of the fifth. That brings up Jet Buck. Downstairs from Ferguson. Backhand stab by Delgado. Iowa shifting over to the left side of the infield now. Mitchell on the third base side, a second. Schulte deep in the hole at short. 1-0 delivery. Slider outside, ball 2. Hitters count for Buck, who's reached on a walk today. 2-0. Inside, ball 3. Three balls and no strikes on the 8-hitter. Ferguson's pitch right down the middle for a called strike. Justin Hackett warming up in Iowa's bullpen. Ferguson could get out of this inning with a ground ball somewhere to an infielder. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Buck tardy. Some frustration behind that pitch from Ferguson, who threw it by him at 94. That zipped by. And now Brady's worked back to fill the count. We'll see if he can get Buck. The 3-2 up and in. Ball 4. Couple of walks in the inning. Hackett's hot out there in the bullpen. We'll see if Coach Heller goes to him. Coach moving around in the dugout and heading to the mound. Pitching change coming for Iowa in the 5th. 7-1 Nebraska. As Coach looking down the right field line and making the change. Justin Hackett will enter for Iowa out of the bullpen. And we'll get you his stats when we come back from this pitching change break. Iowa trails 7-1 in the 5th. Back in 60 seconds on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Justin Hackett comes into the game for Iowa, a 7-1 score. Nebraska with the lead, and a couple runners on for the Big Red. Hackett will be facing Rhett Stokes, the 9-hitter. Hackett making appearance number 17 for the Black and Gold this year. 20 2/3 innings pitched. An 8.27 ERA. Allowed 19 earned runs. Justin with 25 strikeouts and 16 walks. And he will come into the game with Husker base runners at first and second, and one out. Bottom 5, it is 7-1. Hackett ready to pitch to Stokes. Right versus right. Fly ball into center. Risley tracking back a few steps. Miles able to grab it for the second out. Nicely done by Hackett to get the out. And now to the top for Mac Moyer. Moyer from the left side takes a pitch from Hackett outside and low. Moyer hit by a pitch in the fourth. The fourth inning was tense. 1-0. Bottom of the zone, called a strike. First and second and 2 outs, the 1-1. High from Hackett. (7-1) Nebraska, bottom 5. Hackett's 2-1. Changeup, good pitch, called a strike. Moyer watched it go by. Justin last pitched in the midweek against St. Thomas. Gave up 1 run. 2-2. Spiked it, 3-2. Full count with 2 outs. Runners will be on the move as Hackett comes set and pitches. Moyer got under it. Lifted it into center. Here comes Risley. Miles makes the catch for the third out. Couple runners left on for Nebraska in the 5th. Huskers with the lead 7-1. We're back in 60 seconds on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
New this spring, Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville has partnered with Bread Garden Market for food and beverage operations. Let the Bread Garden Market staff plan your next event at Brown Deer. Create a memorable experience with fantastic food and service. Divots Bar and Grill opened up on May 1st. They've got delicious entrees for those who golf and those who love a good meal with a view. Brown Deer Golf Club, your next neighborhood dining experience. Here in Lincoln, Nebraska with the 7-1 lead, the 25th ranked Huskers off and running in this one. As we get to the 6th, Cooper Schulte will lead off, and Mitchell and Risley will follow. Third at bat for Schulte against Ty Horn. Breaking ball for strike one. Horn has thrown 82 pitches in 5+ innings. 5 strikeouts, no walks, 1 run allowed on 3 hits. Hasn't given Iowa anything. The 0-1 outside, ball and a strike. This will be 10 straight appearances for Horn where he hasn't walked a batter. If that continues to hold, he has been filling up the strike zone. 1-1 to Schulte. Swing and a miss. Minnesota with an early 2-0 lead over Michigan. The Gophers can win that series today. 1-2 on Cooper. The pitch from Horn. Swing and a miss. Schulte strikes out. 1 down for Mitchell. Michigan State up 5-3 on Ohio State. In the top of the 6th in Columbus. Indiana 4-0, top 9 in West Lafayette. Mitchell 0 for 2 with a strikeout today. Changeup for strike one. Gable, Iowa's best hitter at .383. The 0-1 downstairs and low. One pitch. Gable got started but didn't commit, couldn't pull the trigger, and he takes a strike. 1-2. Mitchell taps both sides of the plate, gets ready in the left-handed batter's box. The 1-2 just barely knocked it foul. On deck circle to the right. Horn from the wind, the 1-2. Gable cranks on the ground to second. Stokes picks it up, he throws out. 2 down for Miles Risley. Risley with a pop-up and a fly-out today. He gets under this one, powers it deep to left. Back goes Buck. He will watch this one leave the yard. Risley, first pitch swinging. Sends it out of here to left. Second home run of the game for the Hawkeyes. This one off the bat of Miles Risley at 7-2. Sixth home run of the season for Risley. Two solo home runs today for Iowa, one from Frost and now from Risley. As he puts a good swing on one, sends it over the left field wall. Here's Caleb Wolf. He offers it the first pitch, got under it and fouled it in the air to the left. Oh, 1 to Wolf. Ground ball up the middle. Carey is shifted over right behind the bag, and he's able to grab it and throw out Caleb for the third out. 2-out solo home run from Miles Risley inches Iowa closer. It's 7-2 now. We'll bring you the bottom of the sixth after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
And a Stokey racing to the basket, layup good.
Iowa Athletics is gearing up for another amazing season filled with exciting matchups and electrifying plays.
Working hard into the corner. Koch hits a three.
Get your game face ready and come on out to cheer the Hawkeyes on all season long. Visit HawkeyeSports.com to find tickets, schedules, game times, and more on Iowa. Go Hawks.
Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
John Leo with you from Haymarket Park in Lincoln. Nebraska 7, Iowa 2. As we move along to the bottom of the sixth inning, 2-3-4 coming up for the Big Red. Worthley, Carey, and Sanderson. Live tomorrow at 1:30, 2 o'clock first pitch. Wrapping up the series on Mother's Day. Iowa trying to come back today, a very tough task against a team like Nebraska. When leading after 6, Nebraska is 28-0. They just don't give anything up late. And they have some impressive come-from-behind victories as well. This is a tough Nebraska team with veterans up and down the lineup. They feel like one of those teams that just doesn't know how to lose. Hackett pitching, and Worthley swinging at the first pitch, lining it sharply into center where Risley awaits. Worthley lines out. Iowa had a team like this last year where the Hawkeyes just found ways to win, especially the first couple of months of the season. And Nebraska this year, a team ranked at 25th in the country. Hackett pitching to Carey. Strike, low inside edge. Nebraska seems like a team that they're just never out of any game. And they play very well at home. 0-1. Hackett, the reliever from the stretch, kicks and fires. Carey committed. He went through the zone. The home plate umpire will call this one himself. No need for help. 0-2. Carey's been on once today, a single sandwiched by a strikeout and a ground out back to the pitcher. 0-2 from Hackett. Ground ball beats the shift into right. Ground ball that got through to Strohmeyer. 1-out single. Iowa had 3 infielders on the third base side. That would have been a routine ground ball to Mitchell. Not saying at all that Iowa should not have shifted there against Carey, just to give perspective on where that ball wound up. It was in the spot that Mitchell had vacated. Tough luck. Every once in a while, somebody beats the shift. And Carey did so there, his second hit of the game. Everything else, though, he has yanked hard on the left side of the field. Hackett dealing to Sanderson. 1 ball, no strikes with 1 out. The pitch, high and away. Sanderson with a double and a walk. Anytime that he's gotten on today, he's scored. Seven runs on 8 hits for Nebraska. 2 runs, 4 hits for Iowa. Hackett will throw it over to first to keep Carey around. Two 2-0 on Sanderson. Hackett typically very good against left-handed hitters. Can't find the zone against this one, though. 3-0. Michigan State adding to its lead, up 7-3 now on Ohio State. In the 6th inning there. 3-0 pitch from Justin. That found the zone. That bat continues. Short lead at first base from Carey, but he's taking off. Ground ball up the middle. Schulte grabs it, steps on second, throws to first for the double play. As Carey stole second, it dragged Schulte over there to cover the base, and Sanderson rolled one right up the middle. Schulte grabbed it. He didn't have to move. He stepped on second, threw out Sanderson to complete the 6-3 double play. Nicely done by Hackett and the Iowa defense. 7th inning coming up. Nebraska 7, Iowa 2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Welcome to the broadcast booth in Lincoln, top of the 7th. Nebraska 7-2. Happy to have you along with us on the Hawkeye Radio Network today. New pitcher into the game for the Huskers is Cooper Katsky, redshirt junior right-hander from Greenwood Village, Colorado. Opened his career at Miami of Ohio. Katsky, one of the top-line guys for Nebraska. Has 14 appearances on the season, including 9 starts. 5-2 record with a 4.75 ERA. 53 innings pitched. 57 strikeouts, just 19 walks. He has given up 13 home runs, which is an incredibly high number in 53 innings. By far the most given up on the Nebraska staff. And has a good mix of a fastball and a spin. The fastball comes in about 90 miles an hour. Matt Delgado will have his first at bat, and he'll face Katsky. Katsky goes from the stretch only, right side of the rubber. And he pitches to Delgado, a strike. Ty Horn, the starter for the Huskers, is out of the game after dealing 6 innings, giving up 4 hits and 2 runs. He struck out 6 Hawkeyes and walked none. The 0-1 to Delgado. Off the plate outside, 1-1. He spun him there and missed. Jackson Frost on deck. Kellen Strohmeyer to follow. 7-2, top 7. Ball and a strike, the pitch to Delgado. Fastball down and away, 2-1. Right versus right in the 7th. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Delgado lines into right, sharply hit for a base hit. It dropped in front of Grigo. And Delgado slices one into the outfield. Leadoff single for the Hawkeye catcher. Opponents are batting .227 against Katske. And he's given up a lot of damage. 7 doubles, along with those 13 home runs. Such a high number, you almost think it's a typo. That brings up Jackson Frost. Has a home run today. Comes up with a runner at first and nobody out in the Iowa 7th. Delgado with a very small lead at first. Katske ready, and the pitch to Frost. Snapped one off for a strike. Boy, he hung that. I just don't think Jackson was anticipating that to be the first pitch. He throws that again, and if Frost is ready for it, he's going to hang it. You can bang it. Frost's average up to .212 now with his 400-foot home run earlier today. Jackson playing better down the stretch now. 0-1. Inside, did it hit him? Yes. Frost is given first base after being hit by the pitch. And a couple of runners on now for Kellen Strohmeyer. Clipped Jackson in the shin guard. He didn't really react to it, but you could hear it all the way up here. And now Strohmeyer comes up for Iowa. Kellen is 0 for 2, ground out and a strikeout. Opportunity for Iowa in the 7th. Kellen bunting, third base side, foul. Katske, a very hittable pitcher. Can Iowa tee off on him now? No balls and a strike. The pitch. Strohmeyer fouled it off of the catcher's mitt. That one might have hurt Worthley a bit. 0-2. Single and a hit by pitch has put a couple runners on for Iowa. With nobody out, it's 0-2. Katske ready to pitch to Strohmeyer. Crossfire right versus left. The pitch to Kellen. Low and away. Good hang. Didn't chase. Tough with 2 here, Kellen. Long pause from Katske. The 1-2 is pulled foul past Coach Matthews at first. Member of Iowa's bullpen has to track down that ball. The right fielder Grigo disinterested in helping anybody out. We'll do it again at 1-2. The pitch to Kellen. Just inside. Woo-hoo. Watch out now, Kellen. You get an expanded zone, maybe a makeup call coming. Watch out. 2-2. Strohmeyer went through the zone, couldn't hold up, and he strikes out. One out now for Swales. Ben is 1 for 2 with a single. First and second for him with one out. Slider outside for a ball. Started right down the middle and then took a turn at the end. Ben is the 8-hitter, trying to flip things to the top here. Can Iowa have a big inning? Down by 5. The 1-0 is high. Horn out of the game, into the Nebraska bullpen now. 2 balls and no strikes on Swales with 1 out. Katsky set. The pitch. Outside, ball 3. Crowd getting a little restless on 3-0 to Swales. Red light for Ben. The pitch. He's low and out. A 4-pitch walk will load things up for Brett White. Time being called here. Looks like Iowa will go with a pinch hitter. We'll see. There's discussion here. Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland waiting to see if Nebraska is going to make a move first before committing to a pinch hitter. Huskers with a mound visit. Quickly broken up. I think it's important. Coach Heller, Coach Sutherland waiting to see. Will it be Mitch Wood or Brett White? They're going to give the nod to Mitch Wood, who will pinch hit. I don't know that Nebraska's going to make a change. They've got a left-hander throwing in the bullpen, along with right-handers just coming down the ramp. Looking into the Nebraska dugout, third base side, some movement, and no change. Bases loaded for Mitch Wood. Pinch hitting in the 7th for Iowa. The Hawkeyes down 7-2. Mitch, a good hitter with the bases loaded. Katsky ready to roll. First one to Mitch. Outside, ball 1. He's missed on 5 in a row. Got to be real selective here, Mitch. Wood batting .271 in 70 at-bats. 6 home runs on the season for Wood. Stands in from the right side. 1 ball, no strikes. Katsky ready, and he delivers. Mitch hits on the ground, base hit into left. Delgado scores. Frost getting the wave around third. Here's the play at the plate. He is safe at the plate. Frost beat the tag. 2-run score on the RBI single from Mitch Wood. It's now 7-4. The pinch hitter comes through for Iowa. Wood immediately removed from the game. A pinch runner coming in for him. That's Jalen Ziegler. Katsky has given up a couple of runs here. And we'll see if they're making a change. They'll take the ball from Katsky. That'll do it for him. First and second for Iowa with 1 out. The top of the order coming up. Iowa back in the game. Nebraska leading 7-4. We're back after this pitching change break to let you know who the new arm for Nebraska is when we return. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
New pitcher into the game for Nebraska is Jalen Worthley, the older brother of the catcher Jeter Worthley. And so brotherly battery for the Huskers now in the 7th. Iowa's pushed a couple of runs across. It's 7-4 Nebraska. We'll get you the stats on this Husker reliever after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Appearance number 11 on the season for Worthley. He's a southpaw, left-handed reliever with a 2.70 ERA. He's a short innings guy, 13 1/3 innings in 10 appearances. 10 strikeouts, 6 walks. Opponents batting just 174 against him. It'll be left versus right. Cooper Schulte in the box. First and second for Iowa, and just one out. Tying run at the plate all of a sudden. Iowa rallying, scoring the last 4 runs in this game. Worthley ready to pitch to Schulte. Long check at the runner at second, the pitch. Schulte with a foul ball off the end of the bat to the right. Couple runners on for Iowa and one out. Cooper with a hit today. He singled in the 3rd. The 0-1. Schulte skies into center. Moyer drifting back, and he's on the warning track in center to make the catch. Swales tagging from second to third. He'll stop there. Cooper gave that a ride. Wind blowing over to right, not out. It's blowing out. That ball's got a shot to leave the yard. And Gable Mitchell will come up now. Left versus left. Runners at the corners. With 2 outs. Mitchell is hitless today. Can he find a way on? Worthley pitches to him. Gable with a foul ball back to the netting. Folks in the front row flinching. Ziegler, the runner at first. He's in a staring contest with Worthley, the left-handed pitcher for Nebraska. The 0-1. Gable a little bit late, fouled it off to the left, 0-2. 7-4, Iowa has scored a couple of runs in this inning to pull within 3. Gable Mitchell trying to come through for the black and gold. A couple more runners are out there for him. And the 0-2. Line drive, center field. Moyer comes forward. He dives. He can't make the play. Swales scores. Ziegler goes back to second. Mitchell rounds first, heads back to first now, and is safe at first base. What's Jay-Z doing? Ziegler stopped at second. I think Ziegler missed the base at second, and so he had to go back. Iowa's within 2 now. It's 7-5. Runners at first and second for Miles Risley. It's an RBI single for Gable Mitchell. Time called for Nebraska. We'll cut Ziegler some slack there. He missed second base on the turn and had to go back to the bag. Moyer came forward and he dove for the ball with 2 outs, which you typically would do. You try to make the inning-ending play, but it kicked away from him. Iowa might have had runners at the corners. Instead, first and second for Miles Risley, and a new pitcher coming in for Nebraska. Worthley is yanked. We'll introduce the new Husker pitcher after this pitching change break. Iowa within 2 at 7-5. We'll take a break. We'll let you know who the new Nebraska pitcher is after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers go to the bullpen again, this time to bring in Jay-Sean Unger. Unger, a 6-1 record. He's used quite a bit. This will be appearance number 20 for him to tie the team high, a 3.62 ERA, 9 saves for Unger. He's in a little bit early for Nebraska, but this is a save-the-game type of situation. He's thrown 32 and a third innings. 32 strikeouts and 16 walks, giving up 13 runs on 21 hits. Opponents batting only 186 against Unger. He's given up 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and a triple. Miles Risley will get a look at him here in the 7th inning. Nebraska 7, Iowa 5. Hawkeyes mounting a rally in this one. 3 runs across in the top half of this inning. Risley is up. He's 1 for 3 today with a home run. Tying run on base for Iowa. First pitch outside, ball 1. Crowd getting a little bit restless here. Pressure building for Nebraska. Risley 1 for 3, hit a home run in the 6th. The 1-0. Miles got under it, scooped it foul, out of play over our heads and to the right. Pinch hit, 2 RBI single from Mitch Wood. Got the scoring started in this inning. Gable Mitchell just singled in a run. And we'll see what Risley can do with 2 outs. Runners at first and second. The 1-1 to Miles. Fouled it back. Good cut. Just missed the fastball, and it's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Risley. Inside move, throw to second. Ziegler heads up, he's back. Eighth hitter to the plate in the inning. Risley trying to come through for Iowa. Keep this inning going. The 1-2, way outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 7-5 Huskers. Iowa has scored the last 5 after falling behind 7-0. Count is 2-2. Unger set, the pitch to Risley. High, ball 3. And it's all filled up now for Miles. Runners will be moving on the pitch. Can Miles find some green grass and tie this one up? Unger looks in for the sign. He's got it. Now he comes set. Full count pitch. Risley fouled it off. Good at bat by Miles. He stays alive. A lot of speed on the base paths for Iowa. Ziegler, probably the fastest player on the team. Mitchell not far behind him. He's at first. Here we go again. Payoff pitch to Risley from Unger. Here it is. Popped foul. That'll leave the stadium over to the right. Pressure building. Another payoff pitch from Unger to Risley. Here it is. Inside, it hit him. Risley lets out a roar as he's hit by the pitch, and they're loaded up for Caleb Wolf. Tying run in scoring position now at second base for Wolfie. Iowa senses blood in the water. A base hit will tie the game. 7-5 Huskers, top 7. Right versus left here. Unger on the mound for Nebraska. The first pitch to Wolf. Swing and a miss. Ball kicked away from the catcher. Here comes Ziegler. He scores! Iowa is within 1. 7-6 on the wild pitch. Ziegler thought about it as the ball hit the dirt. Should I go? Should I stay? He decided to go, and it was the right choice. Runners at second and third now for Wolf. Iowa can take the lead with a base hit. The 0-1 to Caleb. Outside, 1-1. Wolf is 0 for 3 today. A fly out and 2 ground outs. A 4 spot on the board for Iowa in the 7th. Nebraska leading by 1. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. The next pitch, Caleb bloops into shallow right. The ball carrying now a bit, and the right fielder, Grego, is there to make the catch. Couple runners left on for Iowa, but it's a big inning for the black and gold. 4 runs across. Iowa has pulled within 1. The Hawkeyes trail 7-6. Time for the 7th inning stretch. We're back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Divots Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic banquet room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Seventh inning stretch is complete in Lincoln. Nebraska 7, Iowa 6. The Hawkeyes are right back in this one. Left a couple of runners on in scoring position to end the top of the 7th. But hey, Iowa right back in it now. Trailing 7-6 after scoring 4 in the top half of the inning. New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Gannon Archer. Archer, right-handed senior from Adel, will enter for the Hawkeyes. Appearance number 15 of the season for Gannon. 8.76 ERA, 1-0 record in 12 1/3 innings pitched. They'll face 5, 6, and 7. Grego, Jeske, and Overbeek need to hold here in the bottom of this inning. Archer goes from the windup. Right versus right, and the pitch is low and away. That hit Delgado in his bare hand. Not sure what Matt was doing there, but Max Burt has already played today and come out of the ball game. And so Delgado cannot leave, otherwise Iowa is left with true freshman catcher Milo Kelly, who has not played at all this year. Iowa anticipating on redshirting him. Don't want to have to use him in a situation like that. 1 ball, no strikes on Grego. Archer winds and fires. There's a pitch just high. Look good from up here, but upstairs. Archer needs to find the strike zone. Can't. Eye level, 3-0. Got to have it here. You had the big inning. Iowa has scored 6 on the run here to pull within 1. Need the shutdown inning. As we're in the bottom of the 7th, 7-6 Huskers. Archer's 3-0 to Grigo. There it is, strike 1. Grigo is the 5 hitter. He's got a hit today, 1 for 3. Archer's next pitch in there again for a strike, 3-2. 7-6 Nebraska, bottom 7. 5, 6, and 7, Grigo, Jeske, Overbeek. Iowa's dipped into Nebraska's bullpen now. And the 3-2 from Archer. Hit in the air, right center field, long run, and down in between Risley and Strohmeyer. The ball kept slicing and slicing and slicing away from Risley, and it dropped for a leadoff single. All right. Walk back in here for Will Jeske. Jeske with a grand slam and a walk today. Also flied out to left. Left fielder for Iowa is Jalen Ziegler. The lead is 1 for Nebraska, bottom 7. Third baseman Frost, even with the bag still in the dirt. Now he creeps forward. Jeske hits one on the ground past the diving Frost into left field. Ziegler picks it up. He'll hold the runner at second. First and second for Nebraska. Back-to-back singles to start the inning. And nobody out for Overbeek. Frost with great effort. But just too far away from him. Reed Strohmeyer will pinch run at first for Nebraska. He is the younger brother of Iowa's Kellen Strohmeyer. Mound visit of players only for Iowa right now. Joe Husak is warming in Iowa's bullpen. The Hawks feel like they can win this game. Back in it and down by 1. Archer has given up a pair of singles to start the inning. And facing Overbeek, left-handed power hitter. We'll see if he actually throws to him or if Coach Heller makes a change. Husak is speed running through his warm-up pitches in the bullpen. And Archer will not pitch to Overbeek. Coach Heller with a slow walk out to first. And now to the mound. He'll take the ball from Archer in a moment. Coach is going to talk to him first. And Coach takes the ball. Here comes Joe Husak. Similar to Unger for Nebraska, not a save situation, but it's a save the game spot for the Hawkeyes right now. 7-6, Nebraska with the lead. We'll introduce Joe formally when we come back from this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oaknall is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye baseball hits Des Moines May 14th through 16th, taking on Purdue at Principal Park. The series will be presented by 1-800-BETS-OFF. If you need help with sports betting, call 1-800-BETS-OFF or visit yourlifeiowa.org. No judgment, just help. You can find game times and tickets at HawkeyeSports.com. Iowa and Purdue at Principal Park in Des Moines, Thursday through Saturday next week. And speaking of Purdue, the Boilers scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th to beat Indiana 5-4. You can't make it up for the Hoosiers. I mean, just unbelievable. Indiana had been shutting out Purdue the whole game, 4-0 going to the bottom of the 9th. And Purdue rips off 5 to win the game and walk off Indiana. Michigan State leading Ohio State 7-4 in the bottom of the 8th in Columbus. Joe Husak into the game for Iowa now. Right-handed grad senior from Cambridge, Iowa. First year with the program. It'll be his final year of collegiate baseball. And he comes into the game in a spot. First and second for Nebraska. Nobody out. Bottom 7. Overbeek the batter. Corners in for the Hawkeyes. Husak delivers. A tapper right in front of the plate. Delgado picks it up. He looks around, and instead he will throw it to first. It was his only option. Basically a bunt for Overbeek. Delgado thought about going to third, but couldn't throw it there. Not sure if Frost was at the bag. Coaching staff for Iowa upset for some reason. Corners come in for the Hawks. Second and third for Nebraska. And 1 out. Middle infield staying back. Iowa's deficit is 1. It's 7-6 Huskers. Shift on as well. Over to the left. Husak pitching. Swing and a miss by Jet Buck, who's walked twice today. Wolf way in on the green grass. Mitchell, the second baseman, he is to the right of second. Schulte up the middle. Frost even with the bag at third. The 0-1. Hit in the air. Shallow right. Strohmeyer sprinting forward. Kellen still coming. He makes the catch. They will test the arm of Strohmeyer. Throw to the plate is up the line. And Nebraska scores a run. Sac fly for Jet Buck. Strohmeyer's throw just up the line, and Delgado could do nothing but knock it down, and Grigo scores. 8-6 Huskers. Grigo was sprinting quickly, even with a good throw. On line, he might have beat it. And now Stokes with the runner at second. Swings at the first pitch, lines it sharply towards the grassy hill down the right field line. Foul out of play. Husak trying to limit the damage in the 7th. Just couldn't get that shutdown inning after Iowa scored 4 in the top half. 1 across for Nebraska. Got to hold it here. It's 8-6 Huskers, bottom 7. 0-1 to Stokes. Line drive right to Schulte. He dropped down to a knee to make the backhand catch for the third out. 1 run for Nebraska. Okay, you can live with it. 6 outs to work with for the Iowa offense. It'll be Delgado, Frost, and Strohmeyer when we return for the 8th. 8-6 Nebraska. Back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. Proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Iowa has exploded for 6 runs over the last 3 innings, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th to make this a ball game now and make the Huskers sweat it a bit. 8-6 Nebraska as we move to the 8th. Unger will continue to pitch for the Big Red. Delgado will lead it off. He singled and scored last inning. Right versus right. Unger out of the windup. He pitches. Delgado sends one on the ground to third. Oh, look at what I found. Overbeat with his head skyward. Picked it off the dirt and throws out Delgado on one pitch. Here comes Jackson Frost. He's been on twice today. Solo home run. And was hit by a pitch. Unger is the closer for Nebraska. He came in to get the last out. Of the 7th, and he was able to get Wolf to fly out. 0-1 on Frost, right versus right, the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Count even at 1. Next pitch to Frost. Up and away, called a strike. Floated over, 1-2. You know, this should really prove to Iowa that, hey, we need to play with this team. Confidence bubbling over for the Hawkeyes now. The 1-2 is in the dirt. And knocked down. Trey Fikes is the new catcher for Nebraska. He's in for the first time in the 8th. The 2-2. Frost hits opposite field. Well hit, but out of play, foul. Once Iowa got into the bullpen, the bats were activated. 2-2 on Frost, trying to get on in front of Strohmeyer. The pitch outside, full count. Take base runners any way we can get them now. 3-2, inside, ball 4. Tying run will come to the plate for Iowa in the 8th. Time called by Coach Sutherland, who comes out of the dugout, and we'll have a pinch hitter. Joey Narrett. He will bat for Iowa in the 8th. Narrett has had a tough go lately, but power on power, Joey can tie this one up with one swing of the bat. Now from Unger, watch out for that slider, Joey. He's probably going to be spin heavy against you, right versus left. First one to Joey. Ground ball, right side. Unger fields it off the mound. His only play is to lob it to first. He does so to record the out. Narrett bounces out to the pitcher, and Frost moves to second. And now Ben Swales will come up. Narrett will stay in the game in one of the corner outfield spots. We'll see if he goes to left or right. They move Ziegler around. Swales with a good cut, foul tip into the glove. It's a good swing by Ben. Maybe a little bit out in front on the front foot. Runner at second is Frost. With 2 outs, Iowa down by 2 in the 8th. The 0-1. Away to Ben, and it's 1-1. Swales 1 for 2 today. A walk and a run scored. Right versus right. Here comes the 1-1. Upstairs. Swales is the tying run. Has home run power. The wind really whipping to right now. I have a hard time getting it out of here to left, I'm afraid. 2-1 to Swales. Grounded it foul off his foot. (8-6) Nebraska, top 8. Valiant effort by Iowa today to come all the way back, pull within 1 before Nebraska added 1 in the bottom of the 7th. The deficit is 2. The 2-2 to Swales. Hit in the air, deep to center. Moyer twisting, turning, he's running back, he's at the wall, he reaches up, it's gone! Ben Swales has tied us up with a 2-run shot to dead center! 8-8. Yes! How about these Hawkeyes just never saying quit? You can hear a pin drop in this place. 8-8 in the 8th. 2 strikes and 2 outs, and Swales ties us up. Jalen Ziegler up now. First pitch to him is hit sharply into the Iowa dugout. Third home run of the game for Iowa. This one brings in multiple runs. Pitch to Ziegler is upstairs. It's 1-1. The Hawkeyes have come all the way back to tie us up. 1-1 pitch to JZ. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Ziegler, the 9-hitter, trying to keep the inning alive for Iowa. Top of the order on deck. Here comes the 1-2. Inside, it hit him. Unger hit him. And we'll see Schulte come up. Nebraska has nobody throwing in its bullpen. And a mound visit coming for the Huskers. Time called by Coach Sutherland. He'll get Cooper's attention and bring him over for a discussion. Eight to 8. Iowa has tied us up in the 8th. A 2-2 home run by Ben Swales that came with 2 outs. Straight away center. A 2-run shot. And now the top of the order coming up for the black and gold. Schulte is 1 for 4 today. Two outs for Cooper. Ziegler, the runner at first, a ton of speed. Will Iowa play any games here? First pitch to Schulte, popped it up, left center field. In come the outfielders, still running forward. Diving is the left fielder. He dropped it. Ziegler around third. Here comes Jay-Z. He scores, and the Hawkeyes have the lead. Cooper Schulte drives in Ziegler. 9-8 Hawks. You bet. Great effort by the left fielder, Buck, but he trapped it, and it fell for a base hit, and Iowa leads 9-8. Ziegler was going on contact. He scored all the way from first. 2 outs now for Gable Mitchell. He takes outside, wildly missed, did Unger. And they're rolling with him. Nobody in the Nebraska bullpen. They've used all their great arms today. Got a couple more maybe down there, but these are the big names that Coach Sutherland was keying in on. 1-0 pitch to Gable. Ground ball, right side. It's through into the outfield. Schulte around second. He's digging for third. Here comes the throw, cut off. Runners at the corners for Iowa. The Hawks are hot. 3 hits in the inning. We'll keep it going now with Miles Risley. All of this being done with 2 outs. 9-8 Iowa in the 8th. Runners at the corners for Risley. With 2 outs, the pitch outside, ball 1. Iowa's got Joe Husak in the game. Probably rely on Joe to wrap this one up. Time called by Fikes, who's headed to the mound. He's the catcher, going to go talk with Unger. Nebraska has a left-hander rapidly throwing in the bullpen. They've actually got double barrel action out there, left and right. And boy, I tell you what, they're speed running up and down that ramp out there, trying to get somebody else loose and ready. Iowa 9, Nebraska 8 in the 8th. 9 runs on 10 hits, 4 left on for the Hawks. 8 runs, 10 hits, 7 left on for the Huskers. Risley up, 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs. And the pitch, hit in the air, deep to left, back goes Buck, right in front of the wall, he dropped it! Schulte scores, here comes Mitchell, he'll get the stop sign at third. Risley clubs a double, off the wall and left. Buck got his glove on it, but he couldn't haul it in. 10-8 Hawks. Miles with a top spinner, crushed off his bat. 104. Off the left field wall after it ricocheted off of Buck's glove in left. Time called, and this will do it for Unger. He's done. Nebraska going to the bullpen. 10-8 Hawks in the 8th. And if you know of any friends that turned off the broadcast, get them back in here. We need the Hawk fans behind us here. 10-8 Iowa. We'll take a pitching change break and be back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
New pitcher into the game for Nebraska is a left-handed sophomore from Elkhorn, Nebraska. This is Colin Novacek. Novacek into the game for Nebraska, making appearance number 10. He's got a 16.88 ERA, 8 innings pitched on the season, giving up 15 runs. He's got 8 strikeouts and 8 walks. Opponents hit .361 against Novacek, who's into the game for Nebraska. It'll be lefty on lefty with Caleb Wolf coming up for the Hawks. Iowa 10, Nebraska 8 in the top of the 8th. Still a lot of work to do for the Hawkeyes. Nebraska's stunned, but not out of it. Wolf has had a couple chances today with runners in scoring position. Man, if he could come through here. First pitch is up and away, ball 1. Novacek lightly used. Fastball pitcher from the left side. Mitchell at third, Risley at second. The 1-0. Wolf shows the bunt, bunts it past the pitcher's mound. He's headed for first base. Mitchell scores. What execution by the Hawkeyes. Wolf with the push bunt brings home Mitchell. It's 11-8. Yes. Oh, what a bunt by Wolfie. He pushed it by the mound. Everything going right for the Hawkeyes now. Wolf so good with the bat. Put it right where it needed to be. Iowa batting around now. Here's Matt Delgado, 5 across in the inning for the Hawks. It's 11-8. First pitch to Delgado. High, ball 1. The lead is 3 for Iowa after trailing 7-0 in this game. First and third with 2 outs. Delgado hits a tapper, third base side. The flip home is in time. They go home for the third out. Risley tagged out. Well, the Hawkeyes challenge, yes. Iowa is going to challenge this here on the play at the plate. Coach Pearson wanted the challenge. That was the only play for Novacek on the softly hit ball by Delgado. It was a swinging bunt. He would not have been able to throw that to first. Risley coming down the line. Tagged out at home. The catcher, Fikes, really shielded the plate, blocked it off. And Iowa challenging. So a review taking place as Iowa challenges. Regardless, Iowa will have at least a 3-run lead headed to the bottom of the 8th. Scorebook all filled up in the 7th and the 8th. Iowa with 4 runs in the 7th, 5 in the 8th. Really quick review here. Crew chief Greg Harmon says that Risley's out. All right. That's all right. And that'll do it for the top of the 8th. 5 runs across for the Hawkeyes. Iowa 11, Nebraska 8. Joe Husak headed to the mound. We'll bring you the bottom half after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from their field.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Lincoln. John Leo with you from Haymarket Park, Iowa 11 and Nebraska 8. Joe Husak to the rubber. He'll face the top of the Husker order. Moyer, Fikes, Carey. Iowa with 11 of the last 12 runs being scored. Trailed 7-0 after 4. And now 6 outs to go to hold on in what would be a remarkable comeback. A lot of work to do. You know, Nebraska will punch back. Husak on the mound for Iowa. Corners come in defensively for the black and gold against Moyer. Husak winds and fires pitch number 1. Off the plate outside from the left-handed hitter, ball 1. Twelve hits, 11 runs scored for Iowa. The 1-0 from Husak. Ground ball, left side. Schulte dives, knocks it down, hops up, throws to first. It's wide of Wolf. Was not going to beat Moyer anyway. Really good job by Schulte to keep it on the infield. Leadoff single for Moyer. Husak does a great job to get a ground ball there, but just well hit enough by Moyer to reach. Iowa's lead is 3. And Husak will go from the stretch now. Speedy Moyer at first base. Here's Fikes. First at bat of the game for him. Strike from Husak to start the at bat. Fikes was good yesterday. 2 for 3 with a double and a home run. Nebraska fans trying to will their team back into this game. Iowa leads by 3, bottom 8. 0-1 from Husak. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Good slider. That took a dive off the board. And it's 0-2. Moyer with a false step towards second on that last pitch from Husak. 0-2 now. Joe comes set. And he pitches. Fouled back. Ran it in on the hands of Fikes. Fikes is a good hitter, but limited at bats. 10 of 32 on the season. 3 doubles and a home run. He's been hit by 3 pitches as well. Husak up ahead 0-2. We'll see if he can finish him off. Moyer, the runner at first. Pickoff move over to the bag where Wolf snags it. Top of the order, led off this inning for Nebraska. Moyer. And then 2 and 3, Fikes and Carey coming up. The 0-2. Just high. It crossed the script white lettering of Fikes' uniform, and it's 1-2. Delgado giving Husak a wide target. The 1-2 delivery. Lined over Schulte's head into left center. Risley over to cut it off. Moyer heading for third. He'll get there. Runners at the corners for Nebraska. Nobody out. Not too much of the plate. And that brings up Dylan Carey. Carey with 2 singles today. Mitchell, the second baseman for Iowa, just to the right of second base. Husak ready to pitch to Carey. Here comes. Hit in the air, deep to center. Risley sprinting all the way back, and it is gone. We are tied up at 11. Husak ready to pitch to Sanderson. Ball high. (11-11), bottom 8. (1-0), outside edge for a strike. Good pitch from Joe. Nobody out, bases are clear. The 1-1 outside. Iowa just now getting somebody up in the bullpen out there. It's a right-hander. Nebraska has tied it up in the 8th, 11-11. 2-1 from Husak. Fouled back, 2-2. Wind up in the pitch from Husak. 2-2 on Sanderson. Here it comes. Inside and foul tip off the bat. He is out. Sanderson begging that he was hit by the pitch. Instead, Iowa has thrown it around as if Sanderson is struck out. That went off the bat. It went off the handle of the bat. Sanderson saying it hit him in the back elbow, and I don't know how that could be the case. He's pointing to his left outer jersey sleeve. And the umpires huddled up now to the left of the mound. Now they'll be able to decide if they want to review this themselves or make Nebraska challenge. Nebraska will have to challenge it. And a review incoming. Boy, this game, neither team quitting. Iowa was down 7-0 after the 4th. Came all the way back, got within 1 at 7-6. Nebraska scored a run in the bottom of the 7th to go up by 2 at 8-6. Iowa put up 5 runs then in the 8th to take an 11-8 lead. And the Huskers have tied it up in this half inning with a 3-run home run from Dylan Carey. There are no outs, possibly one. Husak seemingly struck out Sanderson, but the Huskers think that he was hit by the pitch rather than it going off the handle of the bat. And so the umpire's taking a long look at things down the left field line. They're taking a real long look at this one. The call on the field was that Sanderson struck out. Community Choice scoreboard update. This is by far the highest scoring game at 11-11 today. Purdue came all the way back and beat Indiana 5-4 by scoring 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th to walk off the Hoosiers. Penn State leads Washington 2-0. Bottom of the 5th, the winner of that one takes the series. Michigan State finished off Ohio State 7-4. And so Michigan State keeps their tournament hopes alive, getting their 11th win in Big Ten play. 5-5, Michigan and Minnesota tied up in the 6th. All right, here's the verdict. The crowd will help us out. Runner has been hit by the pitch. Can't catch a break now. So instead of striking out, Sanderson reaches first, hit by the pitch. Nobody out. And Grigo comes up. What's Iowa going to do pitching-wise here? Kyle Olivo is throwing in the bullpen. I almost think at this point you stick with Husak. Going to need Kyle tomorrow. But Iowa trying to win this game today. Husak's pitch to Grigo, bunted, third base side. Frost picks it up. He will throw it to first. Wolf picked it out of the dirt. Great play by Caleb. Not Jakeson's best throw, and it required an outstanding effort from Wolf to get that out of the dirt. Sack bunt for Grigo. And Butenbach will pinch hit for Nebraska in the 8th. He'll face a new Iowa pitcher. Joe Husak exiting. And it looks like Kyle Olivo coming into the game now. We'll take a pitching change break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. 11-11 in the bottom of the 8th. Back after this. Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Runner at second for Nebraska and 1 out. Bottom of the 8th. We're tied at 11. As Kyle Olivo is into the game for Iowa, he will pitch to Max Butenbach, pinch hitter for the Huskers. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Olivo pitched yesterday for Iowa. He threw 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. He had 4 strikeouts, no walks. And he will be coming on for the 15th time this season for Iowa. Pitching in back-to-back days. Butenbach up first, left-handed hitter, hitting 200 on the season. 25 strikeouts in 60 at-bats. But he came in yesterday in the 8th inning and led off the inning with a home run. Nebraska would end the game on the next pitch with another home run. Runner at second and 1 out. It's the go-ahead run out there. Olivo from the stretch pitches to Butenbach. Breaking ball down and in. Just about scraped his socks. Ball 1. The Nebraska got out to a 7-0 lead through 4 innings. Iowa inched closer and closer and then took an 11-8 lead into the bottom of this inning before Nebraska tied it up at 11. The 1-0. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Around third and scoring is Sanderson, and Nebraska's got the lead. 12-11 Huskers. Pinch hit. RBI single for Butenbach. This Nebraska team is just incredible. They just don't quit. There's some magic. Something's going on. So many comeback wins for Nebraska on the season. Iowa's going to have to pick one up now, trailing 12-11 in the bottom of the 8th. Got to get out of it now with Overbeek up and 1 out. Olivo's pitch, swing and a miss. Chased a slider. That was a dirt ball. One out, runner at first. Olivo from the stretch. And the 0-1. Inside edge for a strike, 0-2. Good pitch from Kyle. Kyle way ahead of Overbeek. See if he goes back to that slider. The 0-2. Fastball outside. Good setup pitch from Kyle. And 1-2 now. Overbeek with a single. He's been retired 3 times today. The 1-2. Tapped in front of the plate. Delgado comes out to pick it up. He throws to first. It's in time to get Overbeek. Butenbach moves to second with 2 outs. Two outs for Jet Buck. Right-handed hitter. Facing Olivo, runner at second with 2 outs. First pitch off of Delgado's glove and to the backstop. I think that was a miscommunication there. The pitch was high. Delgado did not get up there to grab it. And a runner at third now with 2 outs. That's got to be great behind the dish. Iowa with a shift to the left. Wolf in between first and second. He's all alone on the right side of the infield. 1-0 from Olivo. Breaking ball up and in, ball 2. (12-11) Nebraska, bottom of the 8th. The Huskers have regained the lead with 4 in this inning. 2-0 on Buck. The pitch. Inside for ball 3. The 3-0 pitch is inside for ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Buck. Runners at the corners for Nebraska, and here comes Rhett Stokes. Coach Heller, Coach Obermueller talking in the dugout. Coach Obermueller, the one popping out of there, he'll go to the mound. Iowa's got to watch out for some safety squeeze business here for Nebraska, just like Wolf did to Nebraska in the 8th inning. Iowa defensively needs to be alert here with first and third for the Huskers and 2 outs. Nebraska will take an offensive timeout. The Hawks have scored 9 runs in the last 2 innings, 4 in the 7th, 5 in the 8th. Iowa took an 11-8 lead into the bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the order came up for Nebraska and went single home run, and just like that, we were tied up again. Unfortunately, Nebraska's taken the lead since then. It is 12-11 Huskers, bottom 8. Iowa will have Frost, Narrett, and Swales up in the 9th, needing at least 1 run. Olivo pitching to Stokes. Defense needs to be alert. Middle infield way back. Wolf and Frost even with their respective bags, first and third. Runners at the corners for Nebraska with 2 outs. Olivo's pitch is up and in for a ball. Stokes was around on a bunt. He pulled it back. I'm not sure where that pitch missed. Looked pretty good from here. Coach Sutherland wants to know the same thing. He's getting ignored by home plate umpire Campos. 1-0 from Olivo. It hit him. Stokes couldn't get out of the way, and they're loaded up for Moyer. Certainly no intent there from Kyle. Kyle's our guy here. Nebraska has batted around with Moyer back up for the 2nd time in the inning. Iowa's got Brolin Frost throwing in the bullpen. We'll see if the Hawkeyes go to him. It looks like no for right now. Olivo pitching to Moyer. Bases loaded and 2 outs. Kyle's pitch. Outside, ball 1. Right versus left here. Olivo delivers a strike. There we go. One and one on Moyer. He's been on 3 times today. 1 hit, has also walked and been hit by a pitch. Olivo's 1-1. Ground ball left side. Schulte stops it. Long throw from the hole is in time. No, they said that Wolf came off the bag. Wolf with a full extension stretch coming down the line. First base umpire Greg Stanzik said that Wolf pulled his foot. Infield single for Moyer, 13-11 Nebraska. And Coach Heller's headed to the mound. Five runs across for Nebraska. They lead it 13-11. Pitching change coming for Iowa with the bases loaded and 2 outs. We'll be back after this pitching change break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Roland Frost comes into the game for Iowa, left-handed freshman from Waterford, Wisconsin. Frost in for the Hawks. 16th appearance of the season for Brolin. .295 ERA. He's got a whip south of 1. They'll be looking to throw strikes with the bases loaded and 2 outs for Trey Fikes, the batter for Nebraska. Five runs across for the Huskers in the bottom of the 8th. 13-11, Nebraska with the lead. I think oftentimes in sports you can sense when there's a level of destiny for a particular team that just finds ways to win. This is not the first time that Nebraska has done this to an opponent. Did it to USC on Friday night of that weekend series. Frost pitching to Fikes. Bases loaded. Swing and a miss by Fikes, way in front of 75 from Brolin. Iowa down by 2 in the bottom of the 8th. No balls and a strike. Frost pitch outside. Backhand stop by Delgado. Outfield playing pretty shallow against Fikes. In case a base hit gets through. The 1-1. Ground ball up the middle. Mitchell dives. Base hit to center. 2 more runs across for Nebraska. (15-11) Nebraska. 7 runs across in the bottom of the 8th for the Huskers. And here's Dylan Carey. Hit by the pitch. Loaded up for Case Sanderson, left versus left. First pitch from Brolin. Low and out with the fastball. Frost 1-0. Caught the outside corner for a strike, 1-1. And And now 1-1. Left versus left is the matchup. The pitch from Frost. Down and away. Delgado slides over nicely to block it. 2-1. (15-11) Nebraska. Iowa's offense finally explodes, but Nebraska punched back harder. Line drive, Frost lays out, makes a nice diving catch as the ball was drifting away from him. And that saved a few more runs, but Nebraska regains the lead. 7 runs come home to score for the Huskers. 15-11 Nebraska. We're back for the top of the 9th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
On to the 9th inning in Lincoln. Nebraska with the lead, 15-11. And the Huskers will turn to Tucker Timmerman to close this one out. The lead is 4 for Nebraska. Timmerman appearing for the 21st time this season, looking for his first save. A .450 ERA, 36 innings pitched, 27 strikeouts and 5 walks. Opponents batting .264 against him. Frost, Merritt, and Swales with a lot of work to do. Iowa down by 4. Haven't had one of these this year. One of these back and forth games that now Iowa needs a huge comeback with 3 outs to work with. Iowa with 4 runs in the 7th and 5 in the 8th, so it's possible. One pitch at a time here, gentlemen. Saw Timmerman yesterday. He got the last out of the top of the 8th. He struck out Ben Swales. He'll see Swales third in this inning. Timmerman winds and fires to Frost. A ball. Woo-hoo. Good looking pitch. Brought it across the zone, and it missed outside. 1-0 now on Frost, the pitch. That one's in there, 1-1. Timmerman winds. The 1-1 is a strike at the bottom of the zone, 1-2. Had a little spin to it. Next pitch to Frost. Outside and high. Timmerman pretty even split. Fastball and cutter, mixing in the slider. 2-2, and the pitch to Frost. Low and away, ball 3. Full count pitch to Frost to start the 9th. Here it comes. Jackson hits a one-hopper to Overbeek. Backhand stop. Long throw across. One down. Here comes Joey Narrett. Timmerman ready. Narrett takes inside around the shins for a ball. Iowa and Nebraska wrapping up the series tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Same time as today. One out to Narrett, right down the middle, 1-1. 15-11, Nebraska in the ninth. Iowa down to its final 2 outs. One pitch. Low outside edge for a strike, 1-2. Timmerman lets it fly. Narrett hits a roller on the ground up the middle. Long run by the second baseman. He will have no play as he gloves it. Narrett legs out an infield single. And now Ben Swales comes up. Timmerman misfired away. Ball 1 to start the at-bat to Swales. Ben is 2 for 3 today. 2 runs scored, 2 runs batted in. He had the home run to straightaway center in his last at-bat. There's a strike, snapped across. One pitch. Swales hits on the ground to second. This is double trouble. Flip to second for 1. Over to first. Not in time. Swales is safe. And Iowa down to its final out. Coach Heller wants to see about interference. And so, challenge coming here for Iowa as the umpires meet. Now talking with Coach Bolt of the Huskers, halfway down the third baseline. Narrett staying on the field. And the umpires discussing. I'm not sure why Coach Bolt needs to be involved in this conversation at this time. If there's something to review, why don't they go look at it and then talk to Coach Bolt? Now Nebraska wants to challenge. So it won't be Coach Heller's challenge. Nebraska challenging if Swales is out at first. (15-11), Nebraska in front after scoring 7 runs in the bottom of the 8th. They did not quit after Iowa punched them hard in the 7th and the 8th. Iowa and Nebraska will duke it out again tomorrow, 2 o'clock first pitch on Mother's Day. We'll be live on the Hawkeye Radio Network at 1:30. Probably, the plan was to use Kyle Olivo at some point tomorrow, but he's definitely burned for the weekend. Joe Husak threw 19 pitches today, facing 8 batters. Could possibly see Joe tomorrow as we try to piece together a pitching plan for the Hawkeyes tomorrow. Logan Rundy and Jaron Bleeker still available among some others. All right, review is done. I'm not really sure what they were looking at here, so we'll see what the call is. So after all that, no change. Narrett still out at second. Swales safe at first. And Iowa down to its final out with Jalen Ziegler strolling to the batter's box. Ziegler hit by a pitch in the 8th. His only plate appearance. Nebraska fans rising up. Runner at first and 2 outs in the 9th. 15-11 Huskers. Ziegler takes ball 1. That was low. Fikes tried to snap it up. Timmerman's 1-0. Caught the outer edge. Ziegler watched it go by, 1-1. JZ batting .314 for Iowa. Limited at bats for him. 22 of 70 on the season. A lot of speed if Ziegler can get on. Count even at 1. Right versus right. The pitch is low. Who called a strike? Oh my goodness. Terrible call. 1-2. Fans on their feet. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Ziegler strikes out, and the game is over. Nebraska 15-11. The Huskers are winners, and they take the series with the win today. We'll be back with post-game coverage after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Nebraska wins this one 15-11. The Huskers have won the first 2 games of the series. This was a wild one. Nebraska led 7-0 through 4 before Iowa started to come back with 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. It was 7-2. You thought, okay, Iowa hanging around trying to battle tough. But then the Hawkeyes exploded for 4 in the 7th and 5 in the 8th to take an 11-8 lead to the bottom of the 8th inning, where everything fell apart, and Nebraska scored 7 runs to win it 15-11. We'll take a deeper dive when we come back as post-game coverage continues after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Divots Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic banquet room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Iowa falls to 29-20 on the season, 12-14 in the Big Ten. 36-14, 19-7 in the league are the Huskers, as Nebraska wins the back-and-forth battle today in Lincoln. Colin Novacek gets the win for the Huskers. Joe Husak takes the loss for Iowa. 15 runs on 16 hits for Nebraska, 1 error, 10 left on, 11 runs, 13 hits, and 7 left on for Iowa, who played clean defensively. Ty Horn was very good for Nebraska in his start. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, had 6 strikeouts and no walks. Bullpen not great for Nebraska. Iowa beat him around a little bit, but Iowa's bullpen could not hold the lead after Maddox Freeze started the game. He went 3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, had 3 walks and a strikeout. Brady Ferguson, Justin Hackett kept Iowa in the game before Gannon Archer, Joe Husak, Kyle Olivo, and Brolin Frost tried to win it for Iowa, but just could not get it done today as Nebraska wins it 15-11. Plenty of highlights from this one. Michael, let's hear them now. Payoff pitch coming from Horn to Frost. Here it is. Hit in the air, deep to left field. Back goes Buck. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He will watch it go. Solo home run for Jackson Frost. And he gets Iowa on the board in the 5th, 7-1. Risley with a pop-up and a fly-out today. He gets under this one, powers it deep to left. Back goes Buck. He will watch this one leave the yard. Risley, first pitch swinging, sends it out of here to left. Second home run of the game for the Hawkeyes. This one off the bat of Miles Risley. It's 7-2. Short lead at first base from Carey, but he's taking off. Ground ball up the middle. Schulte grabs it, steps on second, throws to first for the double play. Mitch hits on the ground, base hit into left. Delgado scores. Frost getting the wave around third. Here's the play at the plate. He is safe at the plate. Frost beat the tag. 2-run score on the RBI single from Mitch Wood. It's now 7-4. The 2-2 to Swales. Hit in the air, deep to center. Moyer twisting, turning, he's running back, he's at the wall, he reaches up, it's gone! Ben Swales has tied us up with a 2-run shot to dead center! 8-8, yes! The 2-2 to Swales. Hit in the air, deep to center. Moyer twisting, turning, he's running back, he's at the wall, he reaches up, it's gone! Ben Swales has tied us up with a 2-run shot to dead center! 8-8, yes! And the pitch, hit in the air, deep to left, back goes Buck, right in front of the wall, he dropped it! Schulte scores. Here comes Mitchell. He'll get the stop sign at third. Risley clubs a double off the wall and left. Buck got his glove on it, but he couldn't haul it in. 10-8 Hawks. The 1-0. Wolf shows the bunt, bunts it past the pitcher's mound. He's headed for first base. Mitchell scores. What execution by the Hawkeyes. Wolf with the push bunt brings home Mitchell. It's 11-8. Yes. Unfortunately, Iowa could not hold on as Nebraska scored 7 in the bottom of the 8th inning to win it 15-11. We'll take our final break and be back to close things out when we return on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Haven't had a loss like that this season. Iowa suffers a gutting defeat at the hands of Nebraska, 15-11, with the Huskers scoring 7 runs in the bottom of the 8th, overcoming Iowa's 11-8 lead and winning the game 15-11. That is a tough one. Really feeling that one now. And we'll try to regroup and be back here tomorrow, 2 o'clock first pitch, 1:30 pregame show on the Hawkeye Radio Network in Lincoln. Today's game was played in front of 7,773 fans, a season high for Nebraska. The game began at 2:01, finished at 5:31, and was played in 3 hours and 30 minutes under cloudy skies with 80-degree temperatures and wind blowing out to right. Tough loss for Iowa today. The Hawkeyes will look to bounce back and salvage the series, something from it, tomorrow on Mother's Day with a 2 o'clock first pitch against the Huskers. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. For my producer, excellent job as always down the line, Michael, thank you very much. I'm John Leo saying so long from Hawks Field at Haymarket Park in Lincoln. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.